He's waiting for your
unique IDs. So nobody has to be.
Is it?
Yeah. Like for all of you, you came in directly with your unique invitation.
Just give me a call that he
unique IDs. So nobody has to be.
Okay. Let me have a talk with him.
Like for all of you, you came in directly with your. Sorry. This is the YouTube.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Hi, Puneet.
Hello.
Can you start moderating? I think we are ready to go.
I think Vishakha is about to join. There is some concern.
She's there.
Is there?
She's
Okay.
there.
Yes, I am here. Please let me know whenever I am supposed to start.
I think you can go ahead.
Okay. Okay then. A very warm greetings to one and all. I, Vishakha Verma, welcome all the speakers, the panelists, team coordinators, and participants who have joined us today. I'm glad to coordinate this session from the National Institute of Technology, Hamirpur, Himachal Pradesh, which is one of the most premier institutes of this region. Our Department of Architecture offers a vibrant multicultural learning environment founded on value-based academic principles to impart the knowledge of architecture and technology. We work together with the practitioners and the local community to build resilience and conserve the traditional practice of this region. As a part of the BRUCOM project, which was co-founded by Rosmus Plus, I have developed altogether a new perspective for this region now. As the study was conducted in India, a land which does not only offers diverse tradition and culture, but also varied climate and topography. Here, the dialect changes at every 30 to 40 kilometers, and so would the resilient planning and designing of the community. In the past 2 days, we have learned about the environmental and community challenges in Southern India, Central India, and Western India. Today, we'll be focusing on the Northern India, especially the hilly regions of Himachal. So now, I would like to invite our project coordinator, Dr. IP Singh, to highlight the key achievements of the project and share about the challenges we have faced and the overall experience in his own words. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Vishakha. Good afternoon, everybody. Panelists and the attendees, a very warm good afternoon to you all. It was always a challenge to understand the different topography of Himachal Pradesh. We are starting from, as recently said, from a 500 meter goes up to 30,000 meter. That's the huge terrain, different topography, different climatic season. Within this present scenario, when this project came to us, it was how do we decide and understand which particular area we have to pick up. Me staying in Himachal for close to about 20 years and my fellow colleagues, Puneet and Aniket, born and brought up in Himachal. So we just simply zeroed down onto the two different regions. The first one was Dharamshala. Why Dharamshala? Because it is the second largest rainfall, heavy rainfall area in the entire country after Cherrapunji. And second area we pick up for the study was there in the first one in the Dharamshala area. We just try to understand how the local community over the period of a time, withstanding these challenges, they were able to design their own traditional knowledge construction systems, understand the local materials, and were able to build a resilient construction techniques and a community which can face these all natural challenges. It is very open and clear that climate is making a deep impact into the type of living and the type of future of the cities we are going to face. Similarly, the another case study was picked up from a planning point of view. That was the Bhuntar area. In fact, it's the at the base is the Bhuntar and at the hilltop is the Nagar village. Nagar village again, because the people at the earlier time, they were intelligent enough to understand the challenges of nature because it is on the river Byas. They understood that the flooding will be there. So pick up a site which was above and so that they can live comfortably there. But presently, we, with the type of knowledge that we are so dependent on technical knowledge with us. We started building close to the existing riverbed. In fact, we just ventured into the riverbed to build a airstrip. I will show in some of the visuals later on how we have taken away the river side and built up a Bhuntar. That is the Bhuntar is the name of the airport. If you search on the website, you will find. We built up there, which is taking away that area. And whenever there is a heavy rainfall, flooding, that whole entire area is flooded. And this is how we are facing. So we just try to understand here how these two different settlements will pave a way for us. Now, in this entire process of understanding it, the first one was to understand from the existing technology. Second one was the dissemination. While we were understanding, we also have a group of eminent personalities working across India and the various fields. That was the advisory board members. We had 10 advisory board members who feed us at time to time how we can streamline our processes of understanding the thing, how we can streamline to disseminate the knowledge that we have gained from here to the local people. Mind you, still the Himachal is not a very urbanized area. We have to work at a grassroots level to work with the people at a local area to disseminate the challenges and to make them aware about the resilience part of it. So the advisory board members, and this is how we just took it from there. They advise us. And the next part was dissemination. So for the dissemination purpose, so we had PDPs, professional development programs, which were designed in a manner that all the knowledge that we have gained through this process of case studies, understanding them, that goes down to the local people. Majority of the people over here, since NIT Hamirpur and the Department of Architecture, we are involved into the grassroots level. We have been making PDPs. I think I'm audible.
Yes, you are audible.
Okay, we had that's a village development plan. We have been working closely with the local people at the grassroots level. We have almost made 3 Department of Architecture have adopted 1 village out here, and we in institute level we have made 3 village development plans. So we have a quite a good local communities over here, local peoples over here. So in the PDPs, majority of the people that you will find were from the ground grassroots level, academician, architects, professionals, research scholars, students, government officials. They all were part of the PDPs. 3 PDPs were conducted in this whole process. Probably on detail, Puneet Sharma can discuss later on. So this is how we try to disseminate the knowledge that was gained to us at the local level. Another challenge was how the professionals, we can educate them about the resilience and the impact of the climate change, especially in the hill areas. For that particular purpose, we developed the 2 professional courses, which are offered in the master's program of NIT Hamirpur, that's a sustainable architecture, where the modules are made in such a manner that the students, that the BR students who are already a professional are further taught about the resilience and how to take care of this resilience in the deeper area and in the professional life whenever they're out in the field. Maybe Aniket Sharma is the right person who will be having in-depth knowledge and share his knowledge about how these were delivered to these students at the various levels. So this is all in all, this is how we have been taking care of this project for the last 2.5 years or so. So keeping this in mind, today we have also invited the experts. We have with us the Rahul Bhushan, who will be delivering, since he is working at a grassroots level. He has his own NGO and architecture firm North. He works in Nagar, which was also one of the sites where we worked during our case study period. He will be discussing the ground realities of that particular area. And next, we also have Kriti Dhingra. She is from Dharamshala, which is another site where we worked extensively. She will be explaining more about the local traditional technologies, how it has been transformed into the contemporary architecture, the locally available materials that has been, how they has been put into use in the present scenario. So this both of them will be discussing about the two different locations. Then the one of the expert with us is architect Vijay Uppal. He is having more than 40 years of experience in architecture. He has worked on a various projects. He was the longest serving chief architect of Himachal Pradesh. Himachal Pradesh worked on various projects. He was holding a position of chief architect, and he has a knowledge of the various government policies, the government impacts. And again, after that, he was again holding as the architect in chief. That's the highest post that we have with us in this in the state of Himachal Pradesh. We welcome all the three experts with us. Their knowledge sharing with us will be immensely benefited to all those who are present here with us. With this, before I leave, I will show you a small presentation of 5-6 slides, just to give you the feel of the area where we studied. Not a long one, a small one. So I will just request the Spark to give me this, to share the presentation.
Yeah, you already have permission, Doctor.
Okay. Is my presentation visible?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Okay, this is the first one. This is from the Dharamshala area where we picked up this traditional knowledge. This is one typical house that is being constructed there. You can see the features, all locally available material with the slate roofing and everything. Another, this is just to show you the impact of the new technologies and the construction materials. On the right, you can see the contemporary architecture. On the left is a mix of old and the new going together. A typical village in Himachal Pradesh, a seasonal flow of water, bamboo vegetation over there, and what the background you can see, this is the traditionally built retaining walls, and in the background you can see some of the old villages houses. Another look of a very typical, this was an old house, very well maintained. We had a long discussion with the people who were residing here. They were very happy, despite of the fact they were very happy living in this because of the climatic conditions and other things, but still they were not happy to live here. Probably they are intending to build their own house and shift to some other place, but they were very happy as far as the climatic conditions and other comforts were concerned. A typical house with a well finished house you can see here. And now then, this is what we talk about the Nagar village, view from the top. Some of the main what you can do, sites to visit, or the since it's an old construction, most of the construction you will see here is in wood. Even this roof with a slate. You can see the this typical architecture feature, the arches and everything out there. This is a Nagar village, the 3 different locations, the temple and the house over there. Tirupati, this is a huge complex. You can see the beautiful articulation, architecture, and the artifacts, that the way it has been built, still existing, very solid, and one of the place to visit, especially for the architecture students, to understand the construction techniques and also the layout in the hilly regions. Now, this is before I leave, this is the last slide. This is what you can see. This is you can see the river Beas flowing, and this the strip very clearly visible. This is the airstrip, and we have taken away the land from the river. And whenever there is this thing, rainfall, heavy flooding, so you can see this entire thing become unoperational. This view is taken from the top of a Nagar village. We can see there's a lot of habitation coming along the river Beas, which are always prone to the excessive flooding every year during the monsoon season. Thank you, one and all. This is all from my side, and I hand it over back to you, Vishakha.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you for giving us an overview of our project. Now, I would like to request our very first speaker of the session, that is Architect Rahul Bhushan, to join us. I would quickly like to introduce you with the speaker. Architect Bhushan is an artist, an architect, a designer, an educator, an author, and most importantly, an avid learner. You have a broad spectrum of design interventions from furniture to urban scale. Positive environmental urban scale impact was constant in all your designs. You are also actively involved in all community-driven projects involving the production and promotion of indigenous goods and ensure the livelihood of the farmers. So I welcome you, sir, to enlighten us with the experience you have gained at grassroots level. Please take over from here, sir.
Thank you so much, Vishakha, and I am highly honored to be here and present my experiences and learnings with everybody here. I think I should directly start up with the presentation, and I'm going to share my screen now. Just a second, please.
I think you're sharing your desktop, not the app.
The presentation is not visible now?
No, we can only see your desktop. The Zoom, I think you've selected the wrong window.
Okay, just a second.
So when you go to share, please select the presentation that is open. You will see 2-3 windows.
Okay, just a second, please.
Please open your presentation first and then share the window.
Yes.
Yes. It's coming.
It's coming now. So today, my topic, which I wanted to discuss, was about the traditional wisdom and the empirical knowledge systems which we have over here, and how we can build a resilient future using that traditional wisdom and knowledge. So this picture is basically of a house which was under construction. It's a typical Katkuni construction happening here. And so to start with, resilient word basically resonates to us about something which is adaptive, which is responding to the disruptive events happening around, something which can basically take a shock or absorb a change, or something which is which doesn't fail when it is applied to a force or a damage. So resilient term, when it is combined with empirical knowledge systems, which are basically gathered by experience rather than ideas or brainstorming, or rather than deductive reasoning. Empirical knowledge stands for something which is coming from experimentation and observations. And that is a very typical thing which we can find in any indigenous building practice around the world. This does not just resonate to the skills and the knowledge, but it carries the traditions which are there as well. So it is very important for us to kind of take it forward in that sense, because it is carrying the traditions, it is carrying that skill-based craftsmanship, and it is also carrying the heritage of a place. With changing environments around in Himachal and rapid urbanization following, you can see that, you know, the character of Himachal and Himachali buildings and the village, we are basically losing that. And not just losing that, but the way of life, the way of living, the activities, everything was revolving around, you know, something to do with architecture and how it affects the human behavior. And hence the heritage is also getting lost. And for us, it is a very big initiative, let's say, to kind of preserve these skill sets and knowledge architecturally, but also to kind of see the layers which are behind these techniques, you know, which are basically coming from the cultural ecology of a place. This also calls for the sense of belonging, because that is what we are losing right now in the world a lot. And you know, like when different materials are being exposed to the region, it is very important to kind of create that balance of sense of belonging where you are coming from, and that will give character to each place. Every context is different, and hence we need to take that feeling, intangible feeling also forward when we are looking at traditional knowledge or indigenous building practices. Now coming back to the topic, when we are trying to build for resilience, we have many different methods, and ranging from tensile steel structures, reinforced concrete structures, and then there are applications of wood and stone in local context, but also in a very good modern context as well. What I personally think is very important to look on is also the environmental impact of how we are building in an area. And hence it is a very big opportunity for us to look into our past and these traditional systems where you know, we can really create, we can learn that balance of nature, and not by harnessing nature, but by seeking from it what nature can give us, what natural resources can give us, and what the traditional wisdom can give us. And so there is a need of exploration of the vernacular techniques in this region. And India is a very kind of, we are in a lucky opportunistic state right now, where we have a lot of different vernacular architecture systems around the country. So Gujarat has these bunga houses, Leh Ladakh has a very different kind of architecture, Lahaul Spiti, even in Himachal, if you come down, we have very different architecture systems according to the different climatic zones in Himachal. And so we have this opportunity to take forward and learn from them and understand them. Coming to specifically to the Himachali region, just to give a background, these vernacular techniques are coming from the time when Silk Route was happening in 17th, 18th century. And there was a huge trade happening, and India was on the trade map right in the center, where many traders were flowing in from Tibet and from Kashmir and from northern Indian states, and they were coming down to Delhi. And hence there was an exchange of trade as well as exchange of cultural values. And also with that, there was an exchange of skills happening around. So people were getting exposure through that. Currently, we have internet to kind of explore whatever region of the world we want to. But this was a very important pivoting point in history, where we got to know and learn from various different craftspeople from the Silk Route connecting nations. And so we got into influence from Japanese architecture, and also from Chinese, from Tibetan architecture. And this also creates a very good hypothesis that if we study mountain regions of Istanbul, of Midden European countries, and then if we come down to on the eastern side, China, we will see many these similarities between the core construction technique. And the cultural values changes, and hence the ornamentation of the buildings have a very different typical inferences from the culture. But on the same time, the core fundamental values of building are very, very similar. And that's kind of a very, let's say, it kind of proves that, you know, everybody has experimented in a very similar way. And over the years, like thousands of years, they all came down to a very similar technique. And hence, this is a very refined technique which we are looking at when we are talking about Kathkuni, Koti Banal, Dhajji Diwari, these techniques which are prevalent over here. Any making process in a vernacular setting or in an ingenious building practice comes out from some very common factors. One being the context of the space. So the advantage of looking at these traditional wisdom is that we are not going against the context. We are not just putting anything from anywhere and like putting it in some context. We are driven from the context of the space, and the topography and the climate is kind of very important factor when we are looking at these traditional practices. Second, then there are these events and rituals happening in a cultural setting, and they also kind of are reflected through the building. You know, Kathkuni buildings have these whenever we have some rituals happening over there, so you will find a piece of that ritual somewhere on the building, and it speaks to it. It has a story to tell. And then local resources are very important. Local resources, both human resources, where the craftsmanship of the people is coming into play, and then the resources which are basically material based, where in this context we have a lot of good pine, which is deodar wood, and kail, rai, tos, different kind of pines. Each have their own characteristics and values which we can study. And the stone, which is the mountain stone, which kind of balances the equation with the wood. And the way of working, the processes of working, how joineries are made are very important. And hence these all factors kind of influence the process of making. And finally, the factor which is most prominent in all these techniques is the resilient factor, because this region, Western Himalayan region, is earthquake zone 5. And Himachal has experienced big earthquakes before. And these buildings have proven that they have passed the test of time and these earthquakes, and they are still with us. IP sir has shown us some buildings from Nagar, huge buildings. Nagar Castle is one of a very big building in Kathkuni architecture, and it has survived through these times. Proves that these techniques hold very good wisdom, which we need to take forward. So there are many different vernacular techniques in Himachal region, not just Himachal, but the Western Himalayan belt. Kathkuni being one which is present here in the mid region of Himachal, flowing from Chamba to Shimla to Kinnaur and Kulu Manali belt. Then we have Koti Banal, which is languages have different dialects. So Kathkuni and Koti Banal are kind of different dialects of the same technique, which is more in Uttarakhand region when we come towards the eastern part of after Himachal. Dhajji Diwari has been explored in many different places, even in Kashmir. We can find Dhajji Diwari being used in many British buildings as well in this region. Tak is one of a very prominent technique from Kashmir region. Srinagar, old Srinagar has, I think, most of the buildings constructed in Tak technique. Then there is this timber cribbage, which is very similar again to Kathkuni, but it has more gaps in between. A little less use of wood is, and it is seen in Afghanistan area. And Batar, which is in Pakistan part of these Western, very similar techniques. All the fundamental values are very similar, but they have a little bit difference because of the context as well. So Katkuni, where it is in Himachal, we have a lot of Deodar wood over here. And if you go, let's say a few kilometers ahead, where when we enter into Lahaul Spiti, we don't have Deodar pines over there. So the construction was more of stone and less of wood. And same goes with each technique. They have optimized the material according to their context, but they all follow a very similar resilient technique, which we are going to discuss now. So I'm going to take a look at three techniques mainly, which is Katkuni in Himachal, Koti Banali in Uttarakhand, and Tak in Kashmir. And how do they build for resilience? To understand a form, an indigenous form, there are majorly different parts which I have basically documented them into. So there are structural system, there are enclosure systems. Structural system are mainly the wall systems, which are the load bearing walls, and then enclosure systems are the have different kind of assemblies, like balcony is an assembly, and like the staircase unit is a different assembly. And majorly we are talking about two materials, wood and stone, and then mud is used for internal plastering and kind of giving the final layer inside. Outside it is kept open. So when we talk about Katkuni, the specific example which I have documented and measured on was from Kinnaur region, and currently we are in Kullu region. And so this, if you see in this map, Chamba, Kullu and Kinnaur, these, and also the upper part of Shimla, has this entire belt has this Katkuni architecture. When we go a little down towards Hamirpur, Kangra, this side we have more of adobe. And then if we go to Lahaul Spiti region, which is a very dry kind of a region, very less vegetation, there we will see more of stone, only stone and rammed earth as well in Spiti region. So coming to Kinnaur, this is a typical Katkuni house. And whenever I see a picture of a Katkuni house, you know, like as much as I have a inclination to learn the skill and to gather the architectural inferences from these buildings, I'm more driven always to the cultural kind of an aspect. You know, when you see this Katkuni, you can directly imagine that this is somewhere from this region of Himachal, and you kind of start relating to the people as well, and their way of living. Doors are very small, so there are like stories and mythologies which go beyond each and every kind of ornamental element of the building. And so Katkuni is basically a home which is which was made to fight for the cold climate and, you know, wild mountains around. When we are talking, these regions are very tribal. If we go back to 100 years back, they were not connected to roads, and these were small settlements living on different mountains, and even a village and another village was like a outside kind of a thing. So these were small tribes, so the sequence of construction follows that either we find a solid mountain stone base, then we just start the construction on top of it, or else we create a small, big, strong stone foundation, which is usually 2 feet by 2 feet or 3 feet by 3 feet, depending upon the levels, the floors of the building. Then there are these wooden logs which are placed on the periphery of the building, and then we have this construction which is in a crisscross way. I am going to show you in the next kind of this. If you can see on the corner, this is a typical kind of construction style where 2 beams of wood are coming from one side and another 2 beams are coming from the other side, and they are joined by a nail, wooden nail only. So no iron nails are used anywhere in the building structure, and that is a very important inference, because introducing metal inside wood might rust, and then it will kind of create, the corner will basically lose the strength eventually with the time. So while joining the wooden pieces, only wooden nails pins were used, and they kind of create like a entire structure around. It's a horizontal layout of the beams, not a vertical column, which is again a very important lesson for resilient buildings, because columns would have a more shear force effect and they have a better chance of breaking when exposed to an earthquake, rather than when we have a horizontally layered framework where it will basically flexibly take that earthquake force very gently, and it will disperse in the entire structure. Very simple layouts are being followed over here, usually in the traditional buildings. They are kind of blocks placed together, and mass distribution is also very important. Bigger weights, heavy weight is in the middle, in the walls and on the lower floor, and as you go up, we have lighter frame structures of wood. So this is the basic principle. In Katkuni, once we go through this, these are the similar features which we can see in all the different techniques as well. These kinds of pins basically create the entire framework. And this is a picture which is showing you, and this is the corner joint. There are two beams coming from one side and two beams from other side, and then they are alternately, they have random rubble masonry which is without any mortar also, because if we kind of join and make it into a monolithic structure, then the cracks are more prone. Rather, if we have like a good flowing structure, then the energy can dissipate very easily. So these all small but very important observations were made by our ancestors, and they have kind of, through the experimentation, they might have reached to this level of accuracy. Also, talking about the wood which is majorly used is deodar wood, and deodar is has a very nicely packed fibers, very strong wood in tensile strength. It is not affected by water as much because it has very good oils, very good repellent of water, and also because of the oils, it is not prone to termite, and hence it becomes the most, if you see the buildings from past, all these important historical buildings have used deodar wood as a major pine wood which has been used. Other than that, there are rai, tos, kail, which are also good, but like rai is not so good for the water. Kail is basically better than rai, but not as good as deodar. So our ancestors and the craftspeople of this region also had a very good sense of which wood to use, how to use that wood, and there are rituals where you only do ethical practices, where you are not cutting each and every tree, you are saving forests, you are also growing forests while you are growing the settlement along with. These are the two typical drawings where we have overlaid the drawings onto the photograph. One is for the elevation and another one is for the section. This house is a 3-story house, very low heights of the building, because creating a smaller inside environment. And if we look at these people, they were mostly agriculturists or cattle grazers, and they are out during the day. And the basic need was to come into the house in the evening before the sun sets, and they are already sleeping after the sunset. So very less time inside, but like it is majorly for the protection from cold climates, and hence the smaller interiors so that it gets warmer quickly. And very thick walls, 18 inches thick walls are most prominently seen in these structures. Second, we go to Uttarkashi in the Uttarakhand region. This state is right next to Himachal Pradesh, and very similar technique. If you see this house, you cannot say that it is Katkuni or Koti Banal, but some smaller, very small changes, and this is a kind of a little bit adaptation of Katkuni. Katkuni was much raw, and this might have come in a little later stage, more refined in some senses. And you can see that there is the only major difference between this and Katkuni is that there is a long pin which kind of goes from the top floor to the bottom floor, and this pin is the beams which are extended on each floor level kind of come out. Just to see in this picture, this is the thing which I am talking about. There is a long pin which is going down, and the beams are coming out at each floor level, and it is kind of a tiffin which is holding the whole structure together. And what they have done is, in Koti Banal, you'll see that the gaps in between, so the alternate layering of wood and stone, Kathkuni has 1-on-1. So one layer of stone, one layer of wood. In Koti Banal, major buildings we will see have a more filling of stone, and then the wooden gaps are, let's say, a little bit more. And then there is this long pin which is tying everything together. And third region, when we go to Srinagar, this is a typical Tak construction, very different from Koti Banal and Kathkuni in a first kind of a look, because it doesn't have that much layers of wood and stone, but they have layers at each level of the floor. And the assemblies, different assemblies, balcony, staircase, are very similar. And then this is called a tak. So a tak is basically a reference to a window. So if a house has a 4, refer it to. And these bricks are basically made, they don't use stone everywhere. They have like a very good system of creating these Maharaji bricks. These turn into, they are smaller in size, they turn into stones, they look like stones, and then these bricks are made into these kind of columns in between in each floor, and then they are filled up with these taks later on. Very typical kind of construction, very similar, almost 2 feet by 2 feet foundations wherever necessary, and then the construction follows. Again, if you will see, they have a very simple layout. The joinery systems on floor levels are very similar, and it's kind of a ladder which has like 2 major beams, and then there are cross beams in between, like a ladder which is placed horizontally on each level of floor around on the periphery of the wall. So what do we learn from these techniques? My kind of practice have been, when I started with this, I kind of found out some basic core principles in each and every technique, similarities and differences, and why they were there. And so I'm going to share few major things out of them. Number one is basically the simple layout of the building. So when we talk about simple layout, it is about breaking down different shapes. So if we have to create, let's say, something which is in the shape of an H on a plan, or a C, or an L-shaped plan, then we will basically divide it into 2 rectangles or 4 rectangles or 6 rectangles. And why this is important is because the corner is very important in each and every. If we kind of create like a long corner, then the building will not have that much of strength and resilience towards earthquakes, and hence we break it down into simpler shapes. That's one of the major takeaway from all these techniques. Second is the use of composite structures. Very complementary materials, wood and stone. Wood basically gives the tensile framework, and stone gives a very good weight to the building. And hence they both, when combined together, give a very resilient technique. And again, in composite structures, the most important thing is the horizontal layout of the beams. Rather than creating columns, it is based on the horizontally framework of the buildings. Degree of movement, again, is a very important principle which has been followed over here. We are not, so the idea is to not create a monolithic big structure, but to create a structure which is very flexible and which can move when there is some kind of earthquake force happening or a landslide happening. And hence these buildings, you will see, notice in many olden structures, they are sometimes tilted, or they are sometimes a little, but like they stand the test of time. And that is because of the random rubble, the stone which has been used there is not mortared together and stick together, and hence there is kind of the energy can flow through different loopholes in between, and hence the degree of movement is a very important factor for resilience. independent subsystems are created. Each and every floor has been treated differently. Each element is behaving differently. There are not very monolithic kind of RCC structures, which are like in RCC, if we compare it to that, there are huge differences, and huge principles are very, very different in both the techniques. And along with all these principles, they carry our intangible cultural heritage. This kind of, as I was telling you, this picture resonates with this region, the carvings on the wood, and these horns which are placed while the rituals were carried for this building. Challenge for the future is to basically take all of this forward, and we have basically borrowed this from the past, and we have to take it to the future. And the secret is, again, not by harnessing nature, but by seeking from it. This is a line by Mr. O.C. Handa from his book. And what I believe in, what we are practicing here, is to create a community-driven system where we are documenting craftspeople, we are mapping craftspeople. So when we need for a project, we have a good database for them. We are doing training programs with craftspeople and students of architecture who are coming here and learning these skills. And once they have the knowledge of it, they are viable to take it forward, and they are eligible to take it forward. And the whole idea is to give back this power to the local community and the craftspeople. And so these kids are the seeds of our future, and our future is in making. It is in our own hands, and we need to experiment and evolve just like our ancestors did. And architects, I feel, are as good as we are craftspeople of this century, and we need to know the skill, we need to know the value behind it, and then take it forward. And this is our campus in Nagar. We are called North, and it's a Himachal Pradesh Craftsmanship and Design Innovation Institute. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Architect Rahul. It was really amazing to see how you have converted the challenges into opportunities. And we are really pleased to see the window you have opened, how we can work with the community to work together. It was our delight to see this presentation, and we look forward to see such more work.
Thank you.
So now we'll move for the next session, and we will have the question answer in the panel discussions. So I would like to invite our next speaker of the day now, who is an architect in chief today, who has started his journey 45 years back as an architectural assistant at Public Works Department. In 2002, you were appointed as the chief architect of the state. You have been awarded the Medal for Construction Industry for designing eco-friendly Nirman Bhavan by the CIDC, that is Construction Industry Development Council, a body constituted under the Planning Commission of India. You have also been awarded the most prestigious Vishwakarma Award for being an outstanding public officer. With climate change and global warming being the latest and real threat, you as an architect feel that it's your primary duty to be a part of the community to take on the challenge of planning energy efficient buildings. You have been conscious of the degradation of the ecology and the environment due to the construction activity for the firm determination, and you have played a very important role there. Apart from the built structure, your designs pay attention to the flora and fauna of the area. So today, we are pleased to have you with us, sir, and we are eager to learn from your vast knowledge and wisdom. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Vishakha, for such lovely words for me. It's great to be here in this webinar. And I'm also thankful to the NIT Department of Architecture and the Dr. I.P. Singh. Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you, sir.
Yeah, you can hear me. Okay. So thank you very much. This topic of traditional wisdom and resilience has, I know uh, it's a very important, it's very close to my heart. My career as a chief architect started with this, with this, the traditional wisdom which I, had to achieve from a small incident. I'll like to share that incident with you. When I took over as a chief architect, I got a call from Kaza, which is about 12,000 feet high from the main sea level. So, these people said, why don't you come, sir? You've taken over as a chief. We want you to visit this place. I couldn't go there because I'll just, quickly go through this story. So I couldn't go there. Then I sent two of my officers to Kaza to see what this Axion wanted to know. So, when they came back, they entered into my room. First thing they told me, they said, sir, we are criminals. We are not architects. These two officers, they were so upset when they came back. They said, no, we are not to be called as architect. I said, what has happened? And then they told me this small story. They said when they reached there was this rest house which had two rooms. So these two rooms need to be broken because they said that we'll convert it into a new rest house. So what they had done, they had broken one room and they had reconstructed that room with the block and cement. And the next room, which was not broken, was in mud architecture, mud. But both the rooms were usable at that point of time. So when they were going to sleep in the evening after, they saw the works and all, they inspected the works. This chowkidar came to these people. He said, "Haath jod ke," he said with his folded hands. He said, "Sir, if you take my advice, don't sleep in this new room. Go to the mud room only. You sleep in that room." So these people said, "Why?" He said, "No, sir, this is my request. Baki, rest is your wish. But I'll request you to go to the mud room." So these people, they shifted their luggage to the mud room. And during the evening, it was the month of November, I think at 9:30 in the evening, so these both officers decided that we should go to the other room also. So when they entered the other room, which was in cement plaster, we had made that room, and the temperature inside was -12 degrees. So they were so comfortable in that mud built room, and when they entered into this room, the -12 degrees, the chill factor was so high they couldn't even stand for a few minutes. So what, I'll just give you an example. The freezer of a fridge has a -5 degree temperature, and imagine a room having a -12 degree temperature. So then, they realized what is the importance of this mud architecture and the local traditional things. So they came back. So they told me this has happened and we should stop all these constructions. So I approached the government, and can you imagine, the construction was stopped for 3 months. I had a very big opposition from contractors, from engineers, everyone. But we said, no, we'll change. The Honorable CM that time, Mr. Dhumal, he supported me. So, then everything was stopped. And then we took 3 months to study this, the traditional wisdom, what you are calling. We went to the old buildings, we picked up how these people are living there for the past 1,000 years. And they are very comfortable. They have faced those disasters, they have faced earthquakes, they have faced landslides, they have faced these flooding of rivers and nalas, and also fire. So then I decided at that point of time. So I luckily then we designed one circuit house in Kaza, and that was made totally in mud architecture. We did a fantastic job out of that. The efficiency of that building was more than 12 degrees. But Now in Kaza, I could afford 2-story structure. But what happens when I am in Shimla? What should I do? The land is hardly available. Then I got an opportunity to design my own building, the Nirman Bhavan. So there we use these techniques, which I learned from the traditional forms or traditional way of constructions, as Rahul has already explained it very well. So, I'll just go through one project details, how we did it. So I'll share that screen with you now, please. Oh, presentation open. Good. Other.
Sir, if you are facing any problem, then I can share the screen from you.
Just hold on. Just a minute, please.
Okay, sir.
I'll just open it up. Yeah. Now, can you see?
No.
Okay.
Sir, it is not there. If you wish, we can share it from here.
Just give me a minute, then you can.
Okay, sure. Just open up the presentation first. Then in the center screen share, select the presentation, then okay.
Where's your Zoom meeting? Can you see now?
Yes, sir. We can see this.
Now, this is, yeah. So, yeah, you can see this. Now this is about Shimla. Before the project where I did this Nirman Bhavan project, this is a rain shelter. We did it on a ridge. So this is the longitude at latitude of this project, climate, Shimla, and humidity. You all know rainfall is. These are the the technical details of Shimla. Now this is a Nirman Bhavan. This is again a Shimla. Generally, the structures are independent, as you know. The energy saved is energy. This is what we are. Generally, the structures are dependent on artificial lighting, limited water supply, and artificial heating extra. Levels of the site have been maintained by maintained by the vertical planning building as per the site profiles. I'll go to the directly. I think the planning consideration of this building was to trap the solar energy, to retain the trapped energy, use it as and when required. Natural view of the landscapes from the building, to bring external spaces into the interior. This is where you are connected with outside and inside. Retaining of the natural side slope. It was a most important issue, and to minimize the cutting on the site. So a site profile was like this. You can have a look at it. The profile of the building has been harmonized with the profile of the site, resulting in the minimum cutting in the field. You can see the sections, how this land was moving down. It's a very slopey. It's kind of about 20 meters. There was a slope of 6 and 6, 12 meters of slope from one end to the another end of the building. So these were, site selection. During the site selection, now I come to the exactly what has happened when, the actual experience goes into. This site was easily approachable, center of the Chota Shimla town, close to HP Secretariat. It had an excellent orientation. I'll go to that gradually. Irregular contours we had, you can see the contours. Steep, slow, but manageable. Small saplings of Devdar at site. And then these small saplings were they were not cut. They were transplanted to some other site. Hard strata of the earth was there, so we were comfortable as far as the foundations were concerned, not too much of a topsoil. However, whatever the topsoil was available, we sent it to the Department of Horticulture. I didn't want to waste this topsoil. It takes about 200 years to form 1 inch of a topsoil. So I didn't want to throw this soil out. So, we used this soil. We sent it to the Horticulture Department. Approach road is very narrow to the site. Land for the parking is sufficient. Small knowledge on the northeast side. We have a small water body. We didn't touch it. Regarding the foundations, yes, we went into isolated footing of foundations. And the diaphragm wall were used to retain the cutting. These were used to minimize the cutting of the hillside. Yes. So what I'll explain it how these issues have been looked into. This is the site, and this is how the building came. You can see right hand side. You can see number 1 is the building we designed, and how we went into stage wise. I like to explain it to you. This is the stage 2. The main block, which was at the lower level, was designed slightly against the contours, slightly, though it is along the contour, but slightly 6 contours were cut. We had to do it because I wanted to take the full use of the land available to me. So this is how the first block was placed. Then came this is the atrium, the block, the total building block. And can you see in the center, it's the flat land. So it was created an atrium there. Otherwise, if I had used this flat land for the building, both side, the contour side would have had no use. Even I would have had to put retaining walls for these contours, which I didn't do. I used the building part to retain these contours, and central portions were left for a atrium so that the sun goes through and through into the building. This was a stage 3. This was a stage 4. Now the office of the chief art. This office belonged to the engineer chief, the previous building. Now this is the second building, Nirman Bhavan, where we have written. It is it is the office of the chief architect. It was my own office. This was the stage 4 we reached. So this is how the orientation was. Why I did this atrium and the office of the chief architect were planned like this. Now you can understand from the sun path. It starts from the northeast towards the southwest. This is how the sun angle moves. Even the wind directions, which is from the northeast southwest, had a very good crosswind ventilation in the building. So then we can now these are the two. One is the office of the chief architect, one is the office of the engineer in chief. Extra light was required for the office of the chief architect. So what we did was, all the drawing boards at that point of time, we were still using drawing boards. So the drawing boards were put towards the southern side where we could have enough of light, and the offices were also placed on the southern side so can get a good light. On the northern side, we have put computers, or some toilets or utilities, or the other stores, printing machines. They were put on the northern side. So this is how we proceeded with that. This is how the non-productive areas were put in that this side. You can see they've been painted differently. So now this is a very interesting thing. The window we used was a box window. This box window, gets the sun in the morning, sun in the afternoon, and sun in the southwest sun also. So these box windows were used to have a total sun inside the building. So these were the windows used. And this is a very interesting thing. There was what I did was, there was one building of education department which was to be demolished. So I told the government, I said, you demolish this building and give me the total wood which will come out of as a salvage material from this building. So at this, when I collected that wood, I had a beautiful rafters, these trusses, rafters, and purlins of wood. So I just collected that material and kept it aside. Then I designed this window using those very materials. We didn't even cut a single tree. Imagine, for this building, we didn't cut a tree. I picked up each and every wooden element from the salvaged wooden material, and we designed this window because I had to make small pans. I didn't have a longer panels of wood. So we use that wood for this existing new building. And then the bottom of the window was made slightly heavier to use it as a solarium. During the daytime, the sun falls on the solarium part and it heats up the building. It heats up the sill level of the window. And in the evening, when 4:30, when the sun goes down, this heated sill will dissipate heat in the room. So this is how we had used these windows. This is a typical, you can see the box window, which I said, you have a section there. You can see the section. And this is how, now you see this, how this trajectory of the sun has been used in this building. In summer, the sun angle is almost 90 degrees. In winter, the sun angle is about 37 degrees. So the winter sun, we entered in the building, and the summer sun was left out in this orientation. We never wanted the sun to enter in summers. And in the winters, the sun was totally going inside the building and heating the building very well. So the next was, this was a total atrium. Now we came to atrium. What I did with the atrium, you can see two blocks either side of the atrium. All around is a building. What happens in Himachal Pradesh or in Shimla when we make doubly loaded building, with the single corridor in between and building here and building the other side of the corridor. The other side of the corridor, which is the northern side, normally it is northern side, never gets sun. So I designed this atrium to give fully sun into the back building also. And how we designed it is a very interesting thing. I'll because I'm moving very fast, so I'll explain it to you. This was the atrium, how the sun was taken from above to the atrium. It's the section through atrium part of the building. This is how it was. Now you can see the atrium. Now this is the sun you can see falling on this roof of the atrium and getting into the building itself. And there's another issue, which was, I think that this is the design of the roof, which I'll be with you. Yeah. Now there is a very good story. I mean, not like that. When I was making this building with the atrium on top, so I thought when I put this roof, there's a monkey problem in Shimla. So I thought if monkey does a shit on top of this roof, anyone can see from behind, from below that, somebody's, something dirt is lying over the roof. So I called up this forest officer. He's a conservator forest, wildlife. I called him. I said, you tell me what is the best slope on which the monkey can't climb. So he said, sir, you can go safely with the 50 degrees. So I told my contractor, I said, you put this 50 degree, this is a polycarbonate sheet roof. So we had put this polycarbonate sheet. So at a degree of 50 degrees, at angle of 50 degrees. But suddenly I found one day that monkeys were climbing. It was still in the construction stage. So I called him again. I said, yeah, this is not doing well. And you have to give me a more practical solution. He said, sir, you increase the slope to 55 degree of his 60 degree. I did it and still the monkey was climbing up. Then I said, this polycarbonate sheet had a surface. One surface was plain and the other surface was fluted surface. So I reversed the polycarbonate sheet. And then we were very successful. Monkeys didn't climb on that roof. That was, something, the research which went into this, putting up this roof. And this roof is so, it heats a building so well. In winters, even, I was approached that, sir, we want ventilators on the top because the building gets so heated up. And this is what we wanted, because the outside temperature was almost 0 degree. Inside temperature was almost 20 degree. So that was a difference of temperature. We could do with a heater. We didn't have to switch on our heating systems, which would have, wasted the electricity to thousands of rupees. So we did this. This is again a profile of the building. This is the snow loads. When I was designing this building, this monkey issue also, I said, I want to know the snow loads. So we calculated the snow load at that point of time. The maximum snowfall we calculated. And after that we designed, and then we decided the slope of the roof. This is the wind pressure. How we calculate the wind pressure on a building, on a roof. In Himachal Pradesh, there are certain houses, there are, as we know it, the winds are so heavy, so it's at such a tremendous speed that they blow off the roofs. So we have to calculate, keeping in mind, if we increase the height of the roof, then the wind pressure increases. If we decrease the height of the roof, the snow doesn't fall down. So what should we do? So we had to work out a typical slide, which was, I think 35 degree was the ideal slope where both the issues are achieved. This was a room which were designed for this building, and this was my office. What we did was, the interior of the building, we painted one wall with a darker shade, so that it retains heat inside, and the rest of the walls were white, white painted, so that enough of light comes inside, the natural light. We never wanted a artificial light to be used. So this was the room. Now this is another issue. Even the furniture of the building was black color. It used to absorb heat during the daytime. And whenever somebody wants to sit at after 5 o'clock, when the temperature goes minus 1 or 2 degrees, these sofas were so comfortable to sit. And they were, oozing out heat to the room itself. So even the dark furnitures were used. Now, this is another issue. I went to Satluj River. I picked up all black stones, and they were put on the sill of the building. On the sill of the building, there the whole day the sun would fall on these stones. The stone gets heated up by the evening. Southwest sun falls on it, and when sun goes down after 4:30 or 5 during the winter, these stones will reverse, give us the temperature to the room. They would dissipate the temperature inside the room. It was so comfortable. I didn't even have to switch on my heater. So, this is how we use these traditional knowledge to heat up the building. The modern building, it was a 6-story structure. So these are some of the attic rooms where the architectural drawings were being made. So they were put right next to the natural light. So we didn't have to use any artificial light for this. This is again the roof of this is how we trap the atrium. Light has been trapped. It's like that. This is the solar heating system. Yes, you can see on the roof solar panels. They were placed there. This was the rainwater harvesting system of the building. These were the non-biodegradable and biodegradable materials, which were to be segregated immediately. So these were then, this is the first green award for the Nirman Bhavan, the North India's first green building. It was rated very highly. And then eco-friendly, I got a gold medal for designing the eco-friendly Nirman Bhavan. This building, we never had to switch on heating. Can you imagine the thousands of watts of electricity we could use just by using these methods? And there's another issue which I wanted to, there's one, I think, yes, this is what I wanted to discuss with you. Can you imagine this, when once, I was sitting in my old office, I just thought that there was this false ceiling below the CGI sheet, CGI painted sheet. So between the ceiling and the CGI sheet, the sun was falling the whole day on the roof. So I thought this air trapped between the false ceiling and the roof can be used. It must be a heated air, So what I did, I planned to have a exhaust fan reverse. So the exhaust fan was put on the roof and a reverse exhaust fan, and it was throwing, I was thinking that it'll throw the warm air into the building. But when I actually saw it, it was not throwing the warm air into the building. I said, what has happened? Then I called this electrical engineer. Kehta, sir, the hot air is along the surface of the roof. It is not in the bottom because the hot air goes up. I said, okay. So what we did, we made a duct which went up to the roof, and below that duct we put an exhaust fan. Can you imagine? We could change the temperature by 5 degrees. We achieved that 5 degrees. It's all non-conventional. These methods, they were used for this building. Then we had a rainwater harvesting systems with the filters, everything. And there's another thing which I wanted to share with you. This building had a solar water heaters, big heaters there. But on Saturday, Sunday, the office was closed. So I told them, what should we do with this hot water? Can you imagine? I gave this hot water to the people who were living down. I said, Saturday, Sunday, this water should be given to these houses. And those people were so thankful, yes, sir, we got this water free of cost because the building was not in use. So this water was given to a general public. So that's how we used to think about it. So this was the thing. Then we got these awards. Then, then these are some other buildings. Anyway, so this was the project we did it. Thank you very much. And that's it. So Vishakha, over to you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, sir, for such an insightful presentation. The story was really inspiring. I mean, we got to learn that in today's time, it's really important to find the solution to the real-time problems if we want to achieve sustainability. And your integration of research for design has come up with very good solutions in your design project as well. As we can see at the time of designing roof and such other activities as well. And so we were very lucky who were the part of this session, wherein we could got to know about the knowledge you have gained so far in 45 years in just 15 minutes. Thank you so much, sir. Please be with
Thank you.
us so that if
Thank
we
you.
have any questions from the attendees, then
Yeah,
we
sure.
can have that in the
Yeah.
panel discussion. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay. Now I would like to invite architect Preeti Dhingra, our last speaker of the day. Architect Preeti Dhingra is a budding practitioner working in Adobe architecture in the Palampur region and a faculty at our institute. You have done your master's in theory and design from CEPT, that is Center for Environmental Planning and Technology, Ahmedabad, with the thesis focused on late DD contractors' architectural works. You have, who was a self-taught architect, had specialization in mud, bamboo, and stone architecture in Dharamshala. In your initial career, you have worked on heritage documentation, works with INTAC, and later worked on large-scale urban redevelopment projects with Pradeep Sachdeva, Design Associates, Delhi. So with such profound knowledge of projects with varying scales and involvement with the local community, while adopting the traditional practice in context with the contemporary architecture, I welcome you. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Vishakha, for such warm welcome and introduction. And I really thank IP Sir for bringing up on this platform and giving me such opportunity. There is some network lag from my side. So will it be okay if I turn off my video and do the presentation?
Okay, that will be okay.
I'll just present my screen. If there is a network lag, continue with the presentation. Is my screen visible?
Yes, it's
to you
visible.
all? Just present my screen and my voice is audible.
Yes, it's better than what we could hear earlier.
Okay, Aka. So the idea of my presentation is to actually showcase my journey with Adobe architecture and how it can be actually taken forward as a resilient material for the future. So the basic thing is to derive inspiration for future building practices from the vernacular building traditions of the past. So my basic presentation brief would be my study, which I did for a paper presentation. And I studied a house, a community here in Dharamshala region. That's the vernacular construction technique in Kangra. And the journey so far, which I have, after that, I studied and worked with a few years with Didi, and through her I got an opportunity to work in mud, and that journey so far is like evolving the hybrid methods in Adobe and what were my inferences through the same. So if one needs to find an interlink between the resilience and sustainability, there are natural resources to be explored and procured, but in accordance with natural cycles. And that actually happens with the community support. So resilience is actually meaning the capacity to recover quickly from difficulties. And that's the beauty of the mud, because it actually, what you take from earth can be given back to earth, and it can be molded into many forms like adobe, cob, rammed earth. So that's the kind of resilience material I feel adobe is. So the concerns and the questions which are, I think, which are same globally, the climatic concerns, the materials available, the social economic patterns, there are minor differences because of the terrain and everything, but whatever exists on earth and the questions which we see are actually same globally. But one needs to know how to resolve it locally, and that's where the context comes into place. And my friend Rahul Bhushan actually explained the 3 different zones very well of Himachal Pradesh, and the kind of work which we are doing here lies in the zone 1, where you find actually sun-dried bricks and dry stone masonry, which is at the altitude of up to 4,000 feet, and you find that in Dharamshala, Hamirpur, and Kangra region. Zone 2 actually lies in up to the altitude of 9,000 feet in Kullu and Shimla region, which even Rahul was showing the work of Katkuni and Dhaji Devari. Then the third zone actually lies in the dry area where you have very less rainfall, and that is you find rammed earth construction and dry stone masonry. So the work which I am doing lies in the zone 1, and that is why we find a lot of adobe glimpses nowadays. I would not say that it has been seen very prevalent now, but if you go interiors of the villages, you will find that kind of construction. That is the adobe and the sun-dried bricks. So how does the existing landscape, which has been left the parcel of, how it actually looks like? The basic thing is the rural population in this area, and which depends on actually agriculture and cattle rearing as our prime economic activity. And therefore, the site selection for such structures and dwelling units depends on the factors like accessibility to water source, cultivation of land, and pasture for their cattle. So the construction is also done as resources at hand, like whatever is available to them, the material, they actually start building with that. So this is the house which I documented in this the Rakkad village. It's near Dharamshala, where you see, if you see here, there's the patterns of the build form are actually like designed in the centrality, in the center. I mean, the whole pattern of the house reflects the centrality of these spaces, where you live also, you work also, and you manage your lifestyle also. So the houses are organized within a central courtyard, and which is actually comprising of the bottom of the ground floor of the house. You have the living area and the granary. And the top of the house, the first floor of the house mostly has the kitchen area. So this is the typical external wall section of the mud house prevalent in this region, where you see you have stone foundation and stone plinths, and the mud floor and the mud plaster is being done on the floor and the walls. And the roof slabs are basically done with the wooden members placed 1 feet apart from each other. And then you have Prora tree leaves, which are insect repellent leaves, and also which gives a base for the upper to lay the thick mud floor on top. So this is how the external wall section looks like. And on the top, the roof is actually on slate. So you have your dhajis in place, the rafters which we say, and on top of them, the slates are being laid with the nails. So there are two patterns for it. One is a simple pattern which actually overlaps to each other, and the other methods is seen like a fish scale pattern in this region. So these are the two types. In this case also, in the fish scale pattern, the slate are actually used less, but it is a bit complicated to lay. So most of the times the craftsman chooses this method, but both of the methods are seen and prevalent in this region of laying the slate roof. So this is how the whole the traditional mud house in the Kangra region looks like, where the openings are all towards the southern part, and on the northern side there are no openings. So all because of the harsh climate we see in. And if you see on this left-hand side, there is a traditional chakki. It's called chakki, but it's a granary, which people actually, it's like a community granary. So 4-5 houses actually owns one granary where they grind their grains. And this actually is near a river water stream, where due to that river flow, this wheel actually rotates and grinds the grain, and they collect the flour, whatever is extracted out of this. So this is how the whole lifestyle and the community is organized around the whole setting of the landscape and the topography. This is on the right side. If you see, this is the upper floor of the house, and this is the chula, the kitchen area of the house, and which is very cozy and mostly occupied by women, and even there a small washing utensil area and bathing also is being accommodated in this simple top floor, the upper floor in this house. So what is the essence of these materials that made them as a tradition? Of course, the availability of these materials, then you have affordability and the kind of comfort they give them, the kind of thermal mass they have, and the indigenous knowledge which has been passed on to the generations easily. So that is the essence of these materials, which made them as a tradition of this region. So the cozy volumes, you can call them, and for harsh winters, they have low ceiling heights. They have limited room widths. Sometimes it feels that claustrophobic because the openings are very small, and you have thick mud walls, which gives you better thermal mass, and you have mud floors as well, which requires regular maintenance. So all of these pros and cons of certain traditional construction technique has led to the transformation of the landscape of this region. And what you see right now, the state of a lot of hill stations here are this state of, if you see McLeodganj also, if you go to Shimla as well, this is what is the upcoming state of these regions. And the kind of additions the people are doing along with their old houses is also haphazardly done, which is not in coherence with what they were actually developing earlier, and now it has been transformed into haphazard RCC constructions. So what are the limitations which are breaking the tradition for this? So earlier, what used to happen, the whole family, the whole community used to make the house themselves, and the women of the household actually used to upkeep the house. So the maintenance, the lipai, the whole plastering used to be done seasonally, and they used to the whole family used to contribute to the whole upkeep and maintenance of their household. But now people have started moving out, and they have, because due to job and employment opportunities, they have started moving out. So there is nobody to have to do the maintenance of the house. So, and they have also not accepted the fact that they can sublet this work to somebody to do the plastering and regular cleaning and maintenance, or the cow dung lipai of the house. So that is one reason of which is breaking the tradition. So they find exposure to the new materials. Due to that, they see that if the rapid construction can be done, which is low maintenance, so the exposure to material, you can adapt for the new materials, which will be not taken care of. So, I mean, which doesn't require that much of regular maintenance works. Then you are lacking in experienced craftsmanship as well. Also, you have lack of knowledge for maintenance, as I told you, and there is a social taboo of kacha versus pakka also, because in their minds, that like if you don't have a pakka RCC construction house, they will not marry their girl into that house. So they have this certain social taboo prevalent now, that this is a mud house, which is not like pakka. So that is why this has become a social taboo also. So this is a sort of a limitation in the community, which is breaking the tradition of not doing the construction in Adobe. So why there is a need for evolving this tradition, and what can we actually do, and what we have done, will it be prevalent, resilient, and sustainable for future or not? So the idea is for evolution is to retain the indigenous techniques in the landscape. It is, of course, has a strong relation to the context and the topography. The materials, whatever the mud, wood, bamboo, stone, and slate, all of them are the reusable materials. Agar if you have, if some brick is, if the structure is broken, it is actually, if the mud structure is broken, it can actually be, I mean, remolded and made. The whole mixture can be again made, and then it can be remolded into cob or Adobe kind of construction material, and it can be executed for making walls. Even right now, some of the clients who are aware, they actually try to look for different kind of old windows and old doors, because they know the value of that, and that also can be reused. So the wood which has lasted so long has so strong properties, and is also very seasoned. So these all sort of materials can be reusable, and they can be easily procured as well, and they involve community participation also. The less machinery is being used and more of labor intensive works. Due to the labor intensive works, it involves a community participation. So as I told you, my whole journey started with, even Vishakha also introduced that I worked with Didi, and her contribution for this landscape was very inspiring. So she was a self-taught architect, and she invested her energy to understand the vernacular patterns, ecology, and styles of living and in changing lifestyle. She's tried to incorporate with the traditional architecture in this region, and she contextually was very rooted to this region. And this is the kind of I did documentation of her works in my thesis, and studied the kind of philosophy and the structures which she had done. So her attempt was to make practical, ecological, sensitive decisions to comply with restrictions imposed by materials and skills available locally. And she respected the individual artisans, and to conform a culturally appropriate style for this region. So the restriction imposed by the materials were like the wooden, for example, the wooden sleeper has a 10-foot span. So the whole structure, the whole walls were actually in a 10-foot grid. If you see my diagram on the left side, the structure and spatial organization. So her buildings were restricted to a 10-foot span of which is given by the wooden sleeper size. And if in later on projects, if she wanted to increase the span of evolving and innovating, Adobe architecture came into place. So what have we evolved through this tradition for changing the lifestyle? We have tried to evolve the natural materials. We have tried to give our thought process that how the RCC and the natural materials can be combined by a frame, how the roofs can be insulated. There, the roof has actually got the only the rafters and the slate top of it, but to provide the insulation, we have improvised on the section so that a ferro concrete layer, so that it gives you better insulation. Then giving visual connections and natural lights, which were actually lacking in the traditional constructions. The very small openings in the house, in the in the old structures. Then incorporating the building services into place. You don't see the wet areas, washrooms in the old structures, but with the changing lifestyles, we need to incorporate building services within the household. Then waste management is a very important aspect nowadays that has also been taken care of in the newer construction. And of course, with this, people start to see the new methods and how they can evolve their own traditional lifestyles. So to do all of this, we need community and the local people who know the background, but they can be, of course, improvised, and they help us. There's an interchange of information between us. So that involves the community participation. So coming up to, there will be few images showing how we had gone through all of these factors through our project. So use of natural materials. This was the site which we had started building, and we had a lot of rocks, big rocks on this site. And the first criteria was to actually build a check dam for harvesting water and for the construction as well, and for other like treatment of bamboo or escape of the site. So this was the first thing which had to be done for starting off the project. So the stone available at site from the rocks were identified. Some beautiful rocks were actually thought for the landscape thing, and the other rocks which we thought can be used for the construction were actually broken at site and used for the construction of this check dam. So this is the kind of check dam where the normal fish pond plastic was used with ferro layer, and then bringing on the the tank sort of a thing where we needed to conserve rainwater before starting our construction activity. So this is how it looks like, and it requires cleaning of the tank also during the non-rainy season, and during the rainy season it is completely full, and it helps us to plan for other construction activities for the later part of the year. And this is the water, this is how we treat our bamboos also, which are locally procured in the construction, in the check dam itself. So there's also a sequence of harvesting the bamboo. You cannot cut bamboo throughout the year. You have to be very specific during the winter season around February, March, and April. And also observing the moonlight and avoiding during the cutting the culm of during the full moon is also. So there are cultural, because at site even the community is very conscious about cutting the bamboo during that time. So then you have to harvest it and then soak it in water for 4 to 12 weeks, and you have to treat it, you have to season it, and we did it with the boric and borax salts. So the check dam was like a great thing for us, for construction, for harvesting the water, and also treating our bamboos. Then when the site is being the design is being done and you have to lay the design on site, you have to do the line out, then you have the whole digging of the foundations happen, and then where you get a lot of excavated earth. The sampling is done. If you have the clay soil, then it is good, and you can mix it with some fibers and also sand, and then the adobe is being made. So this is how the adobe molds have been done. So the idea of chamfered, if you see here, you have one rectangular bricks and you have others are the chamfered sort of bricks. So it is actually to increase these are some specific bricks to be molded, because they help in actually giving the window widths, natural light. Mostly it is being used in the windows, so they give you a chamfered look in the windows, and it allows more maximum light. So, and also it even in the corners it is being used, because you get not sharp edges, but very smooth edges. So these are the 2-3 types of bricks which are being molded out of the earth which has been excavated from the site. So using excavated earth and harvested water and natural sunlight, the sun-dried bricks are being formed. This is how the queen bricks and the chamfered bricks and the normal brick size bricks are being laid at site, and the rice husk is being used in this, which is procured locally as per the harvesting season. And this is again the natural materials which are being used, the stone wall and the mud floor, and in different areas of the residence. Also, while doing this project, while doing this residence, we did a sampling of plaster finishes as well, with lime and cow dung and paper pulp. Lime has a lot of waterproofing qualities, so best was to use the lime in the external plaster, so it resists the water. So all of the sampling was done and experimented on in the building. And here in this region, you find slate, which is called locally chakka, and you find very cut pieces, also very nicely cut pieces as well, and you find a lot of random pieces also. So both the both the kind of stones have been used in the flooring. Inside we have used the normally rectangular cut pieces, and then outside for the landscape, the random laying of floor has been done. So we have introduced the frame skeleton for larger spans. So the kind of project it demanded larger spans. So first of all, we also, after the stone foundations of the whole building is done, we introduced the plinth for the earthquake resistance. So we had introduced the plinth band, which is not seen in the traditional type of construction. So this is how the whole foundation is being connected with the plinth band. And this is how the plinth on the plinth band, you start laying the floor, all the walls. So all the external walls are from 3 feet high. You use the stone, and internal you have only 1 feet high stone, because it is not exposed to water. Here it is exposed to water and prone to, splashes of water. So you need to use in the external walls a stone masonry, and inside you can directly, after 1 feet of stone wall, you can start doing the mud walls. And to increase the larger spans of the rooms, because earlier the whole roof slabs have a framework of wooden sleepers, if you can notice my cursor here on that, and then the bamboo was laid. So to increase the span of the space, so we have constraint of only 10 foot, so you get 8.5 feet of room size. But to increase the span of the space, we had introduced a central beam on which these brackets were designed, and then on top of that these wooden sleepers were laid, and on top of that the bamboo framework, which is derived from the traditional style, was laid. This is how the whole span of the living and the dining area of the residence looks like. So if you notice that we introduced the plinth band also, and here also we introduced a lintel band also. So it is connecting the whole building and making it earthquake resistant. It also gives a complete span on top of the windows and the doors also. So this is how the whole, you lay on the wooden sleepers, you lay the bamboo, and then you put the bamboo chhajra. It's called a split bamboo. You split the bamboo and you lay the floor like that, and on top of that you do a ferro concrete layer, which looks like which is not seen in the traditional style of the bamboo. They used to put leaves and then the mud flooring. But in this case, you put the bamboos and then the split bamboos, and on top of that you do the ferro concrete layer, and on that you can do any kind of flooring, mud flooring also. So it reduces the thumping and gives more stability to the structure. So improvisation on roof was also done. If you see this section in comparison to the section shown earlier, here to give the insulation on the roof, we had given the bamboo, and then you have your split bamboo like the chhajra I was mentioning, and then you have your thick ferro concrete layer, and you can give any kind of insulation layers. You can even stop at the ferro concrete layer, or you can also provide more insulation with cob layer, or you can put the mud thing. This is the kind of cob layer which can be also done to provide extra insulation on this. And on top of this, again, you can put the ferro, and you can put the dhajis, the rafters, and on top of that, you put the slates. So this is how the bamboo is being laid, the split bamboo, and then the roof insulation properties. To enhance the roof insulation properties, you can add such things. So this is how the ferro concreting layer being done. And if you can see, these natural skylights are also being left over to the roof for the natural light in the areas, in the structure. This is how the whole rafters look like, and then all the laying of the slate, the natural slate materials. So incorporating building services and waste management in the building. Generally, we tend to put all our electrical conduits in the lintel band itself, and then take all the services where required on this in the rooms. And we have also introduced the in the wet areas, we have also, wherever there is a kitchen or toilets, we tend to use the normal brick because Adobe can't withstand the wet pipes running through that. So this is like the hybrid thing where you introduce the contemporary lifestyle of introducing washrooms within your spaces. So it can be combined easily. Both the type of constructions can be keyed together properly. So if you see here on the right side, if we had a stone retaining wall, we had to introduce a key wall structure here to give 4.5 inches thick to give the pipe network of water pipes here. And also we introduced the rat trap bond to increase our airflow and maintaining the thermal comfort as well. So this is also the kind of French drains being used for the retaining walls, so that the groundwater seepage is being taken care of and introduced in the manholes and being let out there. So it doesn't seep into the water. And dewatering system and septic tank, all of this needs to be done in the contemporary lifestyle. The very interesting thing which we introduced in our project was that plastic bricks. So there's an NGO called Nishtha in Sidhbadi, in local by the village nearby Dharmshala, and they actually collect waste of the community and make these plastic bricks. So we used these plastic bricks as fillers in our toilets, as well as in areas which doesn't need structural. Am I audible to you all?
Yes. Yes, you are.
Okay, I'm so sorry.
Kriti, I think we should conclude because
Yes, sir. Yeah. So yeah, so I'm just winding up. So the kind of natural light and visual connections were also incorporated in the building. So like introducing the cutouts and the light wells. And the visual outdoor and indoor connections. The introduction of light wells here. Then you have community awareness and participation. Also with this, there were workshops conducted. This community participation, like we did workshops with students as well, and then they were involved in this. And so in the actual building, traditions are actually passed on to succeeding generations. Changes occur with collective wisdom as per the changing society needs, and this can be achieved in the participatory manner. This is the kind of complying rules with nature. Sorry about. So this hybrid type of approach in construction technology can actually create onto vernacular vocabulary and meet the contemporary needs as well. So it can, use of natural materials can generate respect for nature and enlighten the hidden qualities lies within it. So that's it from my side. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Architect Kriti. You have glorified the value, like the natural occurring material. And I'm sure in the times when the young architects are so fascinated about the contemporary architecture, parametric architecture, they would have got really inspired with this. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Vishakha.
So now I would like to have some questions. The very first question was, by Andre Mano, and he has asked, are there any damage assessment reports after an earthquake event where the damage sustained by traditional and modern buildings can be compared? I think this was addressed to architect Rahul Bhushan. So will you please answer?
Yes, so we have been working on these reports, and the cost, basically, if you kind of want to see the cost between these various different buildings methods, I think there has been a lot of analysis done. I can share it with the concerned person as well. There are damage reports which you can find from DDMA, which is Disaster Management Authority of Himachal. And if there is any particular question, I can basically address this later on, specifically regarding these construction techniques.
Okay. Okay. We can take one more question, and that is a more generic question directed to all the speakers of the session is how scalable are the traditional methods presented here? They seem very valid from a technical point of view, but are they financially affordable? Are there examples of a standardization and industrialization of some of the materials and techniques you showed us? Architect Vijay Uppal, sir, will you please address to this question?
Yeah, sure. Actually, they have been very well explained by architect Rahul and Kirti. They're doing very well. Dharamshala is my place. I come from Dharamshala, so I'm deeply connected with that place actually. When we talk about the materials and things, I don't know, Kirti, whether you people have actually used the stabilized mud. Did you use the stabilized mud bricks?
No, sir. We didn't use the stabilized mud.
Okay.
We actually did sun-dried brick. Yeah.
So just know the stabilized bricks are only you add 5% of the cement in
Cement,
it.
yes.
The
yes.
strength goes very, very high in that.
Yes.
And there is another issue with this. How have you judged the strength of the brick is sufficient to put it there in the wall? How do you check the strength of the brick?
So we did a compressive strength test in the nearby lab.
If you have to see it on the site.
So then you just drop it, you do a drop test.
No, it is not that. What we normally
you also
do.
Check
what we normally do, we put 2 bricks aside and the third brick on top of it. Stand on it. If you can stand for 1 minute, the brick is okay. It's passed. Got it? And then when you have to see the mud's consistency, whether it's okay or you need more of a silt or more of a mud or a more of a fusca when you use this, make a 6 about 7 or 8 inches long. It's a aate ki tarah that we make that and if it breaks before 4 inches. Before 4 inches, then you need to put more of a mitti in this,
Yes, we did those tests.
You did that. Yes. Yeah, very well done. Very nice. And what have you done for your termite problem for your bamboo and your wooden members? Because Dharamshala is a very big problem of termite.
So for bamboo, we had treated it with the borax acid and borax solution. And we also smoked it for like a month in the smoking chamber. So, and we also have been using the anti-termite, the terminator thing also, which comes, and we actually have to use it whenever we are painting it. So that is being used. And for the foundations, we use the cow urine and neem oil and borax solution also while doing the foundations. So luckily at this site, we don't have that much termite problem.
Did you use cavity walls with the mud walls?
Yes, we did. We not with the mud walls, with the rat trap bond, with the normal brick wall we did. Not with this. This is a full
mud wall.
Monolith wall, yes.
Okay,
yes.
Okay, that's nice. The problem is when we talk about these materials and how they are relevant or something like that, but it's a very unfortunate situation that we cannot get away from RCC. Here is such a material we have got, there are certain people you must have got the good clients, they want to go into, but in a general public, when you see the construction, it's a very well saying about the RCC. I'll tell you that RCC is like a faithful wife. It will not misbehave with you unless you really abuse her. That is the principle of using RCC. But the people they abuse, it's a very safe material. It's very easy to do. It's a very easy to maintain. 50 years or 40 years, nothing happens to this, the RCC. That's why the people are shifting towards RCC. You just showed me that Dharamshala, that below that that concrete jungle, below McLeodganj. That these Tibetans have made those developments. What is that? It's simply RCC, Nobody is bothered about this thing. So
sorry, sir, sorry to interrupt. We are running out of time. So probably if we can quickly conclude it. So that will be better. Sorry to interrupt in between.
No, but you want me to stop?
Maybe you can conclude your talk as early as
no,
possible.
I just
Not
wanted to be with the kids, बच्चों के साथ बड़ा अच्छा लगता है जब I mean, even Rahul has done a very good job on a Katkuni style or the Dhaji construction. The Dhaji construction is out these days. Nobody uses that Dhaji construction. It's a really, it's not a good thing to use. Let me tell you that very frankly. You can't maintain it. It's such a horrible way of construction. Don't get into this. Katkuni style, yes. There is one book, Maitre, which has been done by the SEPT.
Yes.
It is done by Dr. Dr. J. Khattar, and Thakkar, and the Morrison.
Yes.
She's I think from Swedish lady, architect. So these both, they came to my office. So I helped them in making that book possible in the Kinnaur style, in a Kinnaur area. That's what I wanted to tell Rahul, that refer to that book in case if it is possible. It's a very good book. It has been measured the best structures of Himachal Pradesh, Kinnauri style. When you talk about Kangra style, it's like a more of a temple kind of a thing. The mud architecture, yes, I agree with Kirti also. She's done a good job. Didi was doing actually into a slates and the mud and slate. Slate was her favorite building material at that point of time. So I mean, she's no more. I'm sorry that there's a one building which was done in Palampur. I think I don't know whether you have visited, Kirti, or not.
Yes.
It is that
Sambhavna Institute.
Sambhavna
Institute.
That Sambhavna.
You have muted yourself.
Sorry.
Yeah.
So, anyway, so that's what, I wanted to tell you. You can always go and look at that, that building also. It's in totally in mud, very beautifully done, open building all over. Temperature remains only up to 27, 28 degrees.
Yeah.
Doesn't go beyond that. You don't need fans even, while you're sleeping there. So one of the finest piece of architecture in mud. So you can see that. Anyway, so this is what I wanted to tell, that, you can't escape the RCC, but whatever you learn from the past, just try to, combine it with the RCC. RCC is not all that bad. Yes, if it is used independently, it's bad. But when you go into, those features of Katkuni style and the features of the mud architecture, you have done that, Kirti, where you have combined the RCC with the mud walls.
Yes.
That's okay. That's fine. But still better you can, evolve certain designs in that field. Rahul can do very well. He's done good in Nagar. Nagar is one of my favorite places. I visit that place. And yes, Katpuni is, but only problem in now is that you can't cut so many trees. You know, the government is not in your favor. They say we don't want to cut trees. If you have any, at times people discuss local materials. I get very upset. I don't know what to do.
I'm so sorry.
They're very,
I'm so sorry, sir, to interrupt you again. I wish if we could have continued this discussion, but
okay. No, I just wanted to with these students, these Bhushan and Kirti. They have done very well. No, thank you very much. Okay.
But actually, another session is followed by this. So
thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. So I'll just quickly conclude the session, and with this, I would like to thank the project coordinator, Tanya Berger, and her team from the UK Krems, Austria. I would also like to thank Adriana and Alice with their team, our partners, SPA Vijayawada, SPA Bhopal, ITC Netherlands, KRVA Mumbai. My special thanks to Spark from Delhi and Cure from Mumbai to organize and make NIT as a part. Last but not the least, I thank to all our speakers, the panelists, the coordinators, and attendees who have contributed for this program. Please accept my apologies if I have forgotten to mention someone's contribution. With this, I conclude this session. Thank you, everyone, and I wish good health.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vishakha. Thank you, Vishakha.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much. So, Maria, should we move on to the next panel?
Yes, Barsha, please.
Okay, so thank you so much, and thank you NITH for such an interesting panel, and thank you all the panelists. Good afternoon and a very warm welcome again to all of you. We are in a very exciting day today. It's the final day of the BRUCOM conference that we've been kind of preparing for a very long time. And this particularly, the last session, very easily flows in from the session before this, where we are speaking about pedagogy, practice, development, climate change. So without much ado, let me welcome Dr. Renu Khosla to give her keynote address, which will also set the context for the panel after this and the subsequent panel which will follow around pedagogy and practice. So Dr. Renu Khosla, just a brief introduction about her, is the Director of Center for Urban and Regional Excellence. Her work is aimed at unthinking and reimagining slum and inclusive urban habitat, nudging community-led initiatives that also build resilience. She also works to simplify institutions and deepen pro-poor policy discourse. Her projects and KIOS projects are innovative and have been awarded. And particularly on the International Women's Day, she was recognized by the Government of India for her work in sanitation and promoting equality. So over to you, ma'am, for your keynote address around development and climate change.
Hi, Varsha.
Hi, Sheila. Good to see you. Hi, Pratima.
Hi, Varsha. Is there a... Hi, Sheila.
Sorry.
Okay. Am I audible?
Yes.
Hi, Renu.
Hi, Sheila. Varsha, even though the day has been exciting, I think climate-wise, we are in a very unhappy place. Our weather has turned quite nasty. And this has happened gradually, but all of a sudden, I think it's feeling real, and we seem to be finding that it is accelerating. So let me just first begin with a few facts. Let's do some fact checking first, then examine what are the ecological consequences and interconnections between various aspects of ecology. Imagine what would be the future of our cities in this scenario and discuss what choices we have. So we all know that the world has become warmer. Our summers have gotten hotter, they've gone longer, winters are colder, they are shorter. In fact, 2021 has been a cool year. Yet, had at least 50% more hot days and warmer nights. The rainfall is erratic. The rainfall is erratic, and we are getting once in these years rainfalls which are intense downpours which are producing flash floods. There is the wet bulb temperature, a combined measure of heat and moisture, which is shot past or is shooting past 35 degrees centigrade, which is making living far more uncomfortable. On the other hand, areas are experiencing drought. We have water bodies and groundwater aquifers that are drying up. So our cities are either drowning or they're becoming deserts. If you look at the weather uncertain, and we find that it doesn't start on 31st May predictably in Kerala, or 9th June in Mumbai, or 29th June in Delhi. It's coming later, it's staying longer. Our hot clouds, they are now carrying and depositing far more moisture, which is causing cloudbursts and storms. Yet, by 2025, 2 in 3 people will be living in water-stressed areas. So we have plenty of rainfall, but at the same time, we will have water-stressed areas, and it won't just be the slum dwellers this time who will be without water. India's ranking in the most affected climate change cities is number 7. In 2018, we ranked 7, and we had the highest number of people, 2.7 million people, who got displaced by disasters and extreme weather events. Our temperature is up by 0.7 degrees, and we are en route to getting between 2 and 4 degrees. At 1.5 degree temperature increase, our cities are going to fry. 14% of this overheating is coming from carbon dioxide that is emitted from oil-based transport. And this carbon dioxide is going to continue to increase as we're going to urbanize, we're going to grow wealthy, we're going to build more, we're going to drive more, we're going to burn more. Electric fuels, electric vehicles are yet to catch up. And interestingly, the more carbon dioxide we have, the more nurturing a medium we are providing for the growth of viruses. So we should be expecting more pandemics in the years to come. So in India, we've invested in renewables. We are recently now, as of now, more invested in renewables than in coal. And we are a sunlit country, which has immense potential for solar energy. But we have no roadmap. We don't have a roadmap where we can transition from a dirty fuel economy to a green, clean system. So we don't have serious funding for climate change action. We have recently been downgraded globally to highly insufficient efforts at meeting climate change contingencies. So climate change is threatening, but it is threatening our economy and also destroying the natural ecology. Our rising temperatures, they have been disastrous for the economy because they are destroying our staple agriculture. 40% of farmland is already degraded. Although not all areas are experiencing the stress in the same way, some in fact are actually benefiting from the good rain they are receiving, which they didn't before. But what overall this has meant is that the prices of our food grains is going up. And at the same time, we are finding that wages in the farm sector and production is declining. Everybody knows in India, there has been a farmer agitation which has been going on for the last over a year, almost a year now. And that's one of the impacts of climate change. There are studies which have found that fast warming areas will have half the GDP of the less warmed areas. And in the case of India, if our temperature grows to 2 degrees, goes above 2 degrees centigrade, our GDP will drop by about 3%. But if we hit 4 degrees, then we are in serious trouble because our GDP is going to crash by a big 14%. It is also predicted that we will have 50 million more poor people by 2040. And mind you, this excludes all the pandemic poor. We've recently had lots of reports that have talked about a shrinking middle class, that 32 million people during the COVID-19 crisis have slipped from middle income to poverty conditions. And this tackling of poverty, this new huge group of poor people will be the climate, the huge climate change challenge in the future. Glaciers are melting, and there's not animals that used to live in the cold are climbing up the slopes to cooler places, but there is no food there. So what they is, and making mountains more vulnerable, more treacherous to landslides and biodiversity loss. We've experienced that. Uttarakhand, the state where you're coming from, is actually experienced massive landslides this rain, this monsoon. So the ozone layer is also depleting, and this makes our sun rays a lot more stronger, which means more sunburns, more skin diseases. The reports say that we live 9 years less if we breathe in bad air. And despite a plentiful monsoon, we found that Delhi didn't have even a single good air day this year, which means we have problems that we need to address, problems of air quality that need to be addressed. WHO has changed the standards very recently, just a couple of days ago, which means we are in double the trouble. Urban heat islands are growing. And they say that slums have 13 times more heat islands than formal neighborhoods do. And in addition, slum dwellers use temporary housing material. They use metal, asbestos, thatch, bamboo, mud, plastic, which makes their homes both hotter and damper and uncomfortable to live in. These are also the people who work outdoors. They vend on the streets, they work in construction sites, and that compounds the heat stress which they experience. Heat, as it is triggering fires, forest fires, destroying good land, making spaces uninhabitable. So the loss of our forests is not going to be overnight, but it has already started. And we also know that fires and of course floods too, they also kill. So climate change can actually lead to fewer people. Sea rises are submerging our coastal cities because more and more melt that comes from the glaciers is finding its way into the sea. But at the same time, what are we doing? We are dumping a truckload of plastic waste into the ocean. By the middle of this century, we will have more plastic than fish in the sea. And fish reproduction, which is as it is down because of the kind of flash floods that flush away all the eggs, and the shortening of the spawning periods is actually acidifying the ocean and destroying all the aqua life. We are aware that corals are completely disappearing. In the city of Agra, where we've done a lot of work, we found that over time, the river Yamuna actually became a trickle, and it lost its ability to cleanse itself. It had insufficient water. It was the surface water resource on which people depended, but there was insufficient and unclean, and the water was too dirty to be cleaned up for people to use. And therefore, we see in our country now a river rejuvenation mission. So what will our cities look like as we become warmer? We will find that there will be more poor who will migrate to the cities to work. Cities will become more crowded, and the resources that cities have will be stretched to their limits. City governments have become very smart now. They have started slum-proofing their lands. They're fencing up all the property and lands that they own. And so where will the poor live? They will move into housing, which is inside maybe shops, factories, eateries, garages. They would sleep on rickshaws, carts, or on the pavements. They will share rented rooms or even beds, and would have common taps and toilets. Situation is going to be business as usual, but there would be more people in these spaces. If slums have not been relocated or evicted by then, and slums are in ecologically sensitive geographies, they will suffer more because the poor will bear a much higher financial burden, which would lack the resources, opportunities, or means to cope with the climate change and be trapped in a cycle of poverty, an intergenerational cycle of poverty. There will be downstream impacts of this overcrowding. As I said, demand for water, toilets, power, road, transport, it's going to go through the roof. And since the resources will be insufficient, these will be delivered, a thin level of services will be delivered. And when that happens, there will be more social conflicts, there will be greater individualism, and this complicates the idea of collectivization and collective planning. Cities will need more money, of course, to meet even the basic services, but also to retrofit the dirty or the old technologies into greener and better resilient technologies. Now, with the struggle that the cities have, obviously greening is not going to get a priority. And the old bad technologies will continue to damage the environment. If retrofitting is possible in some of the bigger and the richer cities, it's highly unlikely that green infrastructure is going to find its way into our slums and informal settlements. All the retrofitting means the pricing of infrastructure is going to go up, and that means the poor will find services unaffordable. To meet the fund gap, land, which is already becoming an instrument of financing, will be monetized, increasingly and rebuilt in partnership with the private sector. So we will have more inequality. We will have land would no longer be an instrument for social justice. Development is going to be shifting to the edges. There it is cheaper to build housing for the poor. But besides peripheralizing the cities and sprawling the cities, making them uncompact, full, they'll become more expensive to manage, and they will be swallowing up the sponge areas at the edges of the city, which actually are the lungs of the city and provide city with good water and clean air. So we've got to stay below 2 degrees. It is, of course, above the preferred target at Paris. And even if historically we have not been responsible for the warming, we need to be part of the solution. So what choices do we have? I'm going to, the choices we are making today are determined by economics. We all want money. We all aspire to make more money. And why not? Everybody wants to live well. Nations also want to be rich. But is wealth creation the only thing, or should we build more caring cities? Can we have a new economic goal which is focused on improving the lives and habitats of people and enhancing capabilities and opportunities for those who are unequal? I don't know how many of you have read Kate Roberts. She's an economist, and she has visualized the donut, which you can now see. She's visualized a donut where humanistic development happens within the boundaries of the planet's capacity to provide that life, the living means. The inner layer of the donut, there are two concentric circles, and the inner layer comprises the must-achieve human goals, which include food, health, education, income, work, water, sanitation, energy, networking, housing, gender equality, social equality, political voice, peace and justice. These are the foundations of our future. The outer layer, she imagines, is the ecological ceiling, or the planet's means within which human development must take place. This ceiling comprises of our climate change challenges, ocean acidification, chemical pollution, freshwater withdrawals, land conversion, biodiversity loss, air pollution, etc. And in the middle of the donut is the safe space. It is a development. If we make development outside the ceiling, we make the environment unstable. What we need to do is to bring people inside the core or the safe space of the donut. Inspired by her at Cure, we decided to pass our projects through a donut test. We Indianized it. We called it our Vada test. This helped us see what is it that we have left unaddressed and what needs to be rebalanced based on the kind of projects that we were doing. So green is what we addressed, yellow is what we left out, and red is what is the challenge. So from her work, we've distilled a 5-point mantra, which I think would be the future of development practice. This includes, number one, a new goalpost, which is not GDP, but human rights delivered within the life-giving means of our planet, bringing people inside the safe space of the Vada. Number two, building creative commons of households, collectives, partnerships, engaged markets towards mitigative action. Number three, nurturing human nature, shifting away from individualism towards full participation in the Earth's process, co-designing, co-creating, coexisting. Number four is to synergize the ecosystem, bringing it into balance, various dynamic and complex and interconnected systems that I talked about earlier, bringing these into balance. And finally, fifth is to choose the right technologies which would make our world fair, safe, inclusive, and equal. So in the end, we need to ask ourselves what we are doing or not to keep us in this safe place. Thank you.
So thank you so much, ma'am. And I think you've set the context for the next 2 hours, a very interesting discussion. The challenges that you've raised around migration, loss of livelihoods, relationships between heat increase and the impact on inclusive growth, and plus the 5 mantras that you've ended with, I think sets the context for the panel discussion that I'd like to invite Sheila, yourself, and Pratima on board. So I think between the three of you, there's about, if I was to just add up the years of experience to address some of these challenges that you've set forth, I think it would be about 80 plus years of experience. So it is extremely interesting, and thank you for being here. And we'd really like to hear about your thoughts. So before I enter into the panel, I'll just quickly introduce, I've already introduced Dr. Renu Khosla. I will introduce Sheila and Pratima and then invite Pratima to come on board. So Pratima Joshi is the co-founder and executive director of an NGO called Shelter Associates, founded in 1994 to transform the lives of the urban poor through data, sanitation, and housing initiatives. She has impacted nearly 370,000 people of Maharashtra directly and indirectly through community and individual household toilet facilitation and slum housing using a data-driven, community-centric, and multi-stakeholder governance model. So welcome, Pratima. Next.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. So Dr. Khosla, we already introduced. Sheila Patel, founder director of SPARK, which is the co-convener of this BlueCom conference. SPARK stands for Society for Promotion of Area Resource Centers, an NGO based in Mumbai that has been working since 1984 to support community organizations of the urban poor in their efforts to access secure housing, basic amenities, and seek the right to the city. Sheila Patel is widely recognized nationally and internationally for seeking urgent attention to the issues of urban poverty, housing, and infrastructure onto the radar of governments, both bilateral and international agencies, including foundations and other organizations. She is presently the Global Ambassador for Race to Zero and Race to Resilience. So thank you all for being here. Pratima, can I request you to share your thoughts on data-driven sanitation for the urban poor? Thank you.
Thanks a lot. First, let me successfully share my screen.
Yeah. It's visible.
It's visible?
Yes, it's just loading, I think.
It's not loading. It says you have to share your computer audio. Please install the Zoom, whatever. So what do I do for that?
You have to exit. I think Indu will be able to help you.
It's up. It's up now.
Yeah, if somebody else can show the slides, that's fine with me from your end.
Pratima, we can see it.
Oh, you can see it? Okay.
Oh, it went off again.
Okay, I stopped sharing thinking that maybe, can you see it now?
Yes.
Yeah.
Can you see it?
Yes,
All right.
just get to slide mode, slideshow mode. Yeah.
Is that okay? Yeah, all
Yes.
right. So thank you, Renu. That was very well said. But what you painted was such a grim picture that I'm going to try and see if I can try and bring a ray of light by through the presentation, where I hope to showcase some of the work that we've done in the sanitation space. But as you rightly said, that climate change is making situation overall worse across sectors. I mean, though I'm going to be really focusing on the sanitation sector, it is really going to make situations worse as the years roll by. And already some of the figures that are showing up recorded by UNICEF look pretty grim, with increased drought and flooding and higher temperatures. I think you've just gone through the entire thing, so I don't think I'll repeat what you've said. But what was interesting was when I was looking at this particular paper that was published not so long ago, what it showed, even within the wash sector, where you have water and sanitation, the sanitation part of it was highly neglected. Out of 9%, which, I mean, if you look at the total pie and total activities of 6,900, as per the nationally determined contributors, 9% falls in, in the wash area. But of that, it's only 2% that really focuses on access to sanitation. And I think that's very scary because, our findings, our data, even today, we've had a data journey which spans almost 2 decades. And our data journey even today shows that, yes, sanitation continues to be one of the most neglected sectors. If you look at, and this is all pure data, primary data, which is out there in the public domain. You see 2 cities, Navi Mumbai and Thane, not very far from each other. You look at the water coverage in the slums is over 50% in Navi Mumbai, but was barely 15% before any kind of intervention under Swachh Bharat, and not that it has risen very phenomenally. Look at Thane, water percentage coverage is about 89%, but sanitation continues to be pretty low with barely 29%. Pune is another excellent example where, over the 2 decades that we've been surveying and updating our survey finding, we've consistently seen that water has been, to that extent, well provided, with more than 90% families having their own water connections. But barely 26% families had sanitation for a very long time. Today, of course, the situation has changed. And even in a city like Pune, the slum population, you have a household coverage of over 50%, which I think is a great swing. So maybe everything is not as bleak as it looks. I'm not able to move the slide. Am I making a mistake somewhere? Barsha, can you help me out with this?
Yeah, with the PowerPoint.
I'm not sure why it's,
Yes, it is moved.
So, yeah, okay, all right. But
so going back to the first
going in
slide.
the wrong direction.
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. All right. So, is somebody asking me something? Okay. All right. So we have been looking at sanitation, and we've been looking at other sectors too. And we've always, wondered how to make whatever strategies that we'd come up with sort of inclusive, scalable, but above all, I think very resilient. Which means that, you need to really, really invest a lot in people. You have to invest a lot in making sure all stakeholders are coming together and they're making decisions based on information that is accurate, which is in keeping with ground realities. And there is a good amount of give and take between the stakeholders before they even move to the solution stage. And in almost all cities, I mean, I would say without exception, in all cities, we found that the basic foundation was very, very weak. And by that, I mean the data part of it. And if you have such a weak foundation, the edifice on top is certainly not going to be, a strong one. It's going to collapse. And this is what has been happening. A lot of policies are being framed, which are not in keeping with ground reality. And that's because, there's no resilience that has been built in this whole, structure. Whether it's urban local bodies, whether it's the state governments, whether it is the government of India, we find that there's a huge lack of awareness about several issues. And a lot of people are making a lot of policies, even from the central government level, based on presumptions and assumptions. And I think that really, really is one of the missing ingredients, that data, good spatial data, is just not available for people to start working with. The other thing is that, how do you create this data? How do you make sure everybody owns this data? How do you make sure that it is actually validated by all the stakeholders? So these are things that we have been working on over the years. And I think the One Home, One Toilet program of ours, which we've now been running for the last 6-7 years, and which received a major impetus after 2014 when Swachh Bharat Abhiyan was launched. actually sort of went in that direction. So we have a three-pronged approach. We create very, very good usable spatial data. We have all of it done in-house. We have a very good data team. We have a GIS team. We do the surveys with the community. So we co-create data with the community. There's tremendous focus on making sure that the communities are engaged in every part of the process so that they really own that project. And by the time we leave, they are an empowered lot. There's a group which will come together and take up issues which may not necessarily be related to sanitation, but, take up other issues also. And along with this, we are working constantly with the local government. And even when we are delivering or facilitating these toilets on the ground, it is on a cost sharing basis. It is not subsidized fully. So we have the materials being subsidized through the CSR maybe, but the drainage networks have been laid by the municipal corporation. That's the investment they've made in 6 cities that we worked in, not 6, but 7. And the people have paid for the cost of constructing their own toilets, which has been wonderful. So if you see the snapshot, this really tells you what do we mean by mapping infrastructure and gathering data. I mean, we're using a lot of open source technology, which is also making the urban local bodies a little comfortable because they feel it's more accessible. And all the data that we have been gathering and creating, we have also been getting the urban local bodies to validate that data. So they actually come check it on the ground. And they've become so comfortable with it now that all the data that we've published in the public domain, which is something that we have been doing now for quite some time, they have felt confident to link their websites to our website because they have co-created that with us. Within the communities where we've been running this program, and there have been some cities where we've done it at a citywide level, like say Kolhapur or right now in Navi Mumbai or Panvel or Pimpri Chinchwad, where we have 100% data already gathered and collated, where we've been running very successfully this one home, one toilet program. And where some cities have actually felt so confident after looking at this model that they actually ran with it. So Pune Municipal Corporation and Pimpri Municipal Corporation, to some extent Panvel, they all adopted this, they leveraged the data and they also adopted the model in principle, and they have ensured that several thousand families within the city have now had, been given access to a home toilet because they invested in laying drainage networks, because they realized through the mapping and through the data that there was a possibility in several slums to do that. You can see a photograph at the bottom left corner. This is a municipal commissioner of Thane city actually coming with our data into one of the slum and looking at the possibilities of laying drainage network. So I think, data can be a game changer. It's a very powerful tool. It actually brings everyone across the cross section of society together. It has the power to do that if it is used wisely. And there have been, whether it's housing or whether it's sanitation, we've had some extremely intense discussions about what are the possibilities that can emerge. So in some places, we've had different solutions where networks were not possible. But all in all, I think this was an extremely inclusive process, co-creation with communities, with government, and getting to, we've also taken the effort to bring awareness within government people also, because very often we find that those are some of the major stumbling blocks. People don't know how to use data on the ground. They require, a little bit of hand-holding support. So wherever we found that there were these lacunae, we have tried to fill in, we've tried to step in. Of course, one of our major interests in this work is to see how we institutionalize data, because I feel data in a way has a way of binding all the other government sectors and departments onto a common platform. And this is something that we are now really trying to explore in some of our work. I just thought, just a quick slide to show you that the largest slum settlement in Pimpri Chinchwad, which had no drainage networks, and you can see that over almost 1.5 years, 1,500 toilets got built just in this particular settlement gradually. It was something that they planned over 2 years because the government had to make that money available to really get the networks spreading across the slum to allow 1,500 out of nearly 2,400 families to get access to their home toilet, which drastically reduced the toilet to person ratio in the community toilets from 1:100 to 1:31. So it completely stopped open defecation there, which was a major hassle. And this has been the way, we have sort of worked in phases in large settlements across several cities. And one of the most exciting things that we have been really on to more recently is that how do you give a locational identification, not just to the houses and slums, but also to the amenities that exist there. I mean, we all know that every other day, you have something or the other which is collapsing. There's a door which is broken. There's a pan that is broken. There are, manholes which are overflowing. And in large settlements, especially, I can understand, you can understand in settlements like in Mumbai and Pune, where you have thousands and thousands of families and several community toilets in a settlement, it's very difficult even to locate them. So we have started using plus codes. We've actually been giving a code for every manhole, every service that exists in the slum settlement, and we've created these maps. We've put them out in public spaces. We've also shared this with the urban local body, so people in the community can actually send that plus code because it's navigable on Google Maps. They can actually send that code to the urban local ward office and say that, this particular manhole is overflowing, please come and attend to it. And it just becomes so much more easier for them to navigate. And we are also creating an addressing system, a locational address for each and every house, wherever we're working. So the city of Kolhapur, 100% families living in slums now have a plus code on their door, which can be leveraged by the communities for many online services and other most essential services like getting an LPG or your postal department or your banking sector or anything. I mean, now they feel very empowered with this kind of a locational address. Otherwise, they all had only one address, which was the name of the slum community. So I feel that some of these examples, I mean, the processes I think are very, very important. How do you get everybody on board? How do you get them together? And how do you then create an impact? And I think it's very doable because we have created impact across cities. I mean, we have directly impacted more than 120,000 people just with a home toilet right now across some of the cities that we've been working. And as I said, some of the cities have scaled up our model. So on an average, I mean, if you look at cities like Kolhapur, from 26%, they've moved to 66% people now having a home toilet. Pimpri-Chinchwad from 9% has moved to 69%. The city of Pune, I mean, it's a million-plus city, from barely 28%, it is now 55%. So we have seen huge swings in the last 5 or 6 years, which gives me hope that there can be ways of trying and getting people to be more sensitized and to come about, bring them together for more sensitive kind of responses to these challenges, which are very, very real and which need to be addressed as we go along. I think I'll just stop here, and if someone has questions later on, I'll be happy to take them.
Thank you so much, Pratima. I think some of those issues that you brought up are going to be some of the issues that we may need to discuss. Reiterating the importance of co-creating the spatial data, the importance of capacity building. I think those are some of the issues that civil society organizations on the ground have been working, and particularly Shelter Associates. So thank you very much for sharing that perspective. And before I invite the next speaker, Dr. Khosla, to speak, just in my excitement to hear the panel, I missed on 2 housekeeping rules. One is, in case there are any questions and answers, please use the Q&A box over there, which you see next to the participants at the lower end of your screen. Use that to put in any of your comments, observations, whatever you want to like on the Q&A, and we'll pick it up after the panel is over. And second is, I think Pratima kept to her time, so it's about 10 to 12 minutes per presentation. With that, ma'am, over to you. And Dr. Khosla is going to be speaking on unthinking slum development and ecological approach to resilience. Thank you.
Thanks again, Varsha. Let me try and share my screen. I like Pratima. I hope it works. And Okay, I think this is. It's complicated for me. Let me just.
Share screen and then open a window.
Yeah, but I guess I'm not being allowed to do that. So let me try once more. Calendar, Microsoft. Okay, if this doesn't happen now, because I think it's taking me to a dialogue switch.
You have to keep an app open in the background. Then when you share, you just have to pick it up. You first have to open your app, please.
No, it's open. It's actually a problem with my system. So maybe I think I will do it without the present with the images. It would have been nice to share those, but it's just a technological issue. So let's do it without the technology. And so this time I mean, hi again to everybody, and I'm going to try and share with you how we've applied some of our climate understanding to building water resilient communities. We call this our ecological approach to slum development. And we do believe very strongly that poor are important partners in generating the water resource and conserving the environment, precisely because they live in these precarious environments and in bad geographies. So when we include them, we actually, in a way, try and flip the unevenness of our relationships between the city and the people. We do know that bad water is bad for health and productivity. We also know that it depresses growth. It's interesting that more children die of diarrhea and illness from unsafe water than from accidents, AIDS, and violence all put together. So I know Pratima mentioned that I did paint a very a dark future, but I think it's unless we look into the darkness, it's going to be hard for us to search for solutions that would bring light into this. So for us, we while bad water we know disrupts economic development, we also know that clean water at home all the time, it can change everything. The data shows that there is only 1 in 10 urban households that has bad drinking water, which is about 12%. But then all these 12% are poor people. Let me, start with the story of Agra. In Agra, which has been a city where Cure has been working for a long time now, we found a very deep and rich water legacy. There was ample water infrastructure. They had the Yamuna River. There were over 4,000 wells in the city. There were step wells, there were ponds, and these were full of water, but not today. Today, this water infrastructure is in shambles, and the traditional water wisdom is getting lost. The unowning of Agra's water system actually began during the British Raj, when they decided to put all the industries along the riverfront. So these industries and the encroachment that followed, they soaked up all the good river water and returned bad water into the Yamuna River. A badly managed municipal water supply system pushed people to drill more and deeper and suck out all the water that was there in the underground aquifers, and therefore they completely destroyed the underground hydrology of that area. And in fact, Agra is now, the whole district is being put into the dark water zone. And on top of all this, we also find that rainfall has become more erratic in the city. So in 2005, when we had gone into the community only had one priority, that was sanitation. But 10 years down the line, this all women can do is talk about water and the lack of it. And that was the time when we wondered if women could become water resource generators and collectively harvest water for their future needs. And could rainwater harvesting systems refill over time the drying wells and repair the damaged aquifers? So I think despite this desperation of having water, it took us 2 years to mobilize the community. It was, they griped over the fact that they did not have, that they had to pay money for pumping, electricity bills were high, they had to rebore, they had to repair pumps. But it was the 2 years of drought that actually tipped scales in the favor of rainwater harvesting. And something which we people would not like, but it was only when the men stepped in and gave their nod, that's when women, moved forward and agreed to be part of this whole exercise. The system was co-designed. It was a community rainwater harvesting system. It was co-designed with the community. The community identified where they would like to locate the rainwater harvesting well within their community, where it would be accessed by everybody, where there would be a roof nearby. So you needed to look at the technicals of it, which would provide the catchment. And they agreed on what their contribution would be to the whole operation and management and implementation of the system. We agreed that we would use traditional well-making techniques so that the carbon footprint stays low. We worked with traditional well diggers, which took us a little longer, but it was aimed at revival of their lost livelihoods and to use their water wisdom. As the community was then involved in the construction of and management during the construction of the rainwater harvesting system. We built 8 community rainwater harvesting systems now over the years. These have been built in diverse places like schools, temples, mosques, playgrounds. They are generating 1.5 million liters of rainwater annually. They are saving 35 crores for the city, and they are saving money for the households themselves, the money to pump and to buy drinking water. These rainwater harvesting systems are ensuring community resilience. And interestingly, they're also flipping the caste and income-based inequality, because suddenly now the poor are resource rich. So in the city of Agra, there were other water solutions for water resilience that were built. One was the decentralized wastewater treatment system, a DWAT, which was built on a stormwater drain, which actually cleared up the entire black water that flowed past this particular settlement before entering the Yamuna River. But the most interesting social impact and the land value impact was significant. The land values in that settlement, and Agra is unlike big cities like Delhi, Mumbai, Pune. These are more informal village type communities and not the typical slums that you see. And the land values went up significantly. So the city was quite excited, and they requested for a more elaborate plan to clean up the Taji drain which flows past the Taj Mahal. The purpose being that they would want the tourists who come over there to see a cleaner stormwater drain pass by the monument. But after 1 decade of the existence of this DWAT, interestingly, it has been dismantled, and it is making way for a heritage beautification plan. We've also then moved on to help the city develop a water resilience strategy, which was in collaboration with all the key stakeholders in the city. And it looked at all aspects of water, which was conservation, harvesting, recharging, treatment, recycling, revitalizing aquifers, the entire works. And we also brought in the whole idea of sanitation, which Pratima has been talking about, because without sanitation, we do have black water that runs through the sanitation channels, and this can also be repurposed. But am I running out of time? If I am, then I can, you have some, okay. To build this strategy, we did what Pratima has been doing, which is mapping the infrastructure in the city. We found, we not only mapped, we also looked at the, whether most of the water, what was the condition of most of the water bodies in the city. Many were degraded, paved over, or surfaces had been made unpermeable. There were water deposits at the bottom of some of these, and these caused the flooding into the, so the waste that went into these water bodies and made the bases unpermeable actually then caused flooding in the settlements. But unfortunately, the National Green Tribunal has rules that you cannot dig the base of any water body, because they don't want dirty water to recharge and mix into the groundwater. And therefore, here we have a conflict situation where the human goal, the human lives are being impacted because the NGT is trying to protect the groundwater resources. So we need to find middle grounds on these. We've also, now what we've done is we've actually, since we had put many of these systems, but they were all spread across the city. Now we've actually brought them all together into what we call a wash park. This wash park actually has all the systems, the rainwater harvesting, the groundwater recharging, the DWATs, and a linked toilet. It is managed by the local community. And the idea is that people can come over there and see for themselves and then take back and then repeat some of these systems in their areas, eventually leading to what we would call a neighborhood, a snowballing impact, a neighborhood impact, a neighborhood resilience program. We later have more recently actually replicated the entire DWATs on a much bigger scale in a very small town, again in UP. And this time, instead of building the DWATs on the drain, we actually had to bring the water outside, treat it, and then put it back. But what the town is doing is very interesting. They are actually using all the treated water to develop, to seed a microforest in the Miyawaki model, and also develop a butterfly park right in the neighborhood. So, and Shamli's capabilities are now being created to light way for others. They're supporting 3 small towns in their neighborhoods to build similar systems. So this time the money comes from the state, from the city itself. And the new system, so when several of these will come up, eventually we were going to see a river ecosystem that is going to be cleaned up. In Delhi, what we have done are water resilient schools. A water resilient school is something like a wash park, but it's inside a school. And here it began by fixing the toilet in the school under the Swachh Bharat mission, the Clean India mission. But it got expanded to connect the school water tank to the roof for rainwater harvesting and excess water recharging, a micro deward that treated the hand washing water. And then this water was reused in growing vegetables in the school, which would then change the nutrition content of the children. So making their food more nutritious. The school eventually, interestingly, has not only been ranked from grade B to grade A, but they've also got a fire safety certificate now, because they have plenty of water, and it's possible to keep the entire neighbor safe from fire because of this huge water collection. In Delhi, again, there is this big Barapulla drain, which actually runs through most of the city in the south side of the city. Together with IIT and School of Planning and Architecture, we are trying to revitalize the original function of the Barapulla drain. But CURE's job is to understand what is the relationship of the communities that live along the drain. How do they contribute to making it dirty, and what can they do to fix this, and mobilizing them so that the environment, to improve their environment. Going up north, closer to where in the Dharamshala town, there are natural water springs called the Baudis. Again, these Baudis were they decayed, they were neglected, they became unusable over time. Especially as people switch to municipal supply systems, they actually become dependent on the city and therefore stop, worrying or caring for these water resources which are right in their backyards. So a community-led revival of Baudi was initiated, led by the mayor of this of the city of Dharamshala. This has now become an essential component of the smart city plan of Dharamshala, which is, and the city is funding, the wards are funding it from their own budgets, like actually the water resilience strategy that we did for Agra. Funding for that is available under the Smart City Mission Fund. So our approach to building resilience, and of course we added sanitation to it, which was a simplified sewer network, which from our, what we intended to do was to give poor households their own personal toilet experience. But what we also realized it did was that it collected all the sewage and took it to a treatment system. So therefore it was actually, cleaning up the area, and it was reducing open defecation on the ground. Finally, our approach is also, yes, I'm in winding it up. So our approach is also data driven. We have a platform called UrbGov, and UrbGov actually is a decision-making tool, which where information is crowdsourced from the communities and from the local officials. The information is owned, but it is spatialized, and it enables the city to take decisions based on these specialities. This is now spread out in about 8 cities in the country, and we hope to scale it up under the Jal Jeevan Mission and the Swachh Bharat Mission 2.0. So we do believe that poor can be resource generators, but what we really need to do is to nudge this change. We need to simplify and de-engineer our solutions, and we need to try and create an integrated approach to development with human and ecological development coming together. We know that cities are going to run out of water sooner than we think, but water resilience is therefore not just a goal, it has to become a way of doing things. Thank you. Sorry, Basha.
No, thank you so much. And I think some of these ideas that came up through the Agra and the Dharamshala story talk about, again, collective or community-led ideas to water resilience. So with that, Sheila, can I request you to come and share your thoughts around relocation and resettlement in context to climate change?
Hi, everybody, and Thank you, Barsha, and thank you, Renu and Pratima, for these fabulous, short, sharp interventions. I'm going to do something a little different since I listened to the two of you. I had a recorded presentation on the relocation work that Spark has done, which I will have put on YouTube for everybody to watch. But I'd like to change. I would like to do two things. One is I would like to talk for 5 minutes on the challenges of relocation, as was committed to. But I will also like to reflect on the things that are emerging for me from the work that both Renu and Pratima have shared, but also that of all the other organizations that are part of a network called Include, of which we are members. So Barsha, around 5 minutes, give me a signal.
Yeah.
And
Sheila, we cannot hear you.
Oops, Sheila seems to have dropped out. So I think. Yeah, she's rejoining.
okay, so I'll talk for 5 minutes on the relocation and climate change issue, and then comment on the other things that I think we all need to reflect after the stuff that Renu, in a very somber way, explained to us. So, a quick introduction. SPARK stands for Society for the Promotion of Area Resource Centers. We work with a large social movement called the National Slum Dwellers Federation and a network of women's collectives in those informal settlements called Mahila Milan. We've been in partnership since 1986. In 1991, we were the founders of an organization called Shack Dwellers International, which today works in 33 countries and 400 cities. The issue of sanitation, the issue of water, the issue of evictions, these are all very, very important for all those of us who work on issues of urban poverty. And they start off by acknowledging that the city wants people's work, but want to ignore their presence, their identity, and their rights as citizenship. As a result of which, there is huge eviction campaigns that municipalities run on the behest that people are living illegally and squatting on somebody's land, where the whole world knows that urban planning has been so badly flawed that it never anticipates that people will come to the city to work without assets and in need of a place to stay. Now, most of the people who do squat on in slums do so on lands on which over a period of time, they have managed to get some identity, some recognition, and some rights. They are usually due to different cutoff dates that happen during political elections. However, there's a group of people who cannot access these entitlements because they live in spaces where upgrading or provision of infrastructure is just not possible. And those are people who live on pavements, who live by the sea, who live by the railway track, or who live in low-lying areas that are constantly flooded, or in hill slopes where there are mudslides. So a combination of physical accidents that can occur, as well as the problems of all these different types that come out of this, have led to these households, which usually in Mumbai represent about 5% of the 62% of people who live informally, have not had any entitlements, any identity at all. And it is with this group of people that we began to design what should be done. We managed to work out ways by which we could stop evictions. But the women who were first generation migrants said, we need a safe place for our grandchildren to live. And so, working with pavement dwellers, we began this process. While we were doing this, in the mid-90s, the government of Maharashtra and the Indian Railways, in order to improve the vehicular and suburban railway infrastructure, sought a loan from the World Bank. A part of this particular proposal's requirements was that there should be a rehabilitation and a relocation policy. For 14 years, the railways refused to participate in that. The government of Maharashtra was also a little worried about it. But the fact that 95% of all trips in the city were done by train and bus service, it compelled the city and the railways to take on this investment to improve, upgrade, and expand public transport. We all know how important this is in the climate change space, but nevertheless, that time they just did it because the city just needed it. Out of that came a very interesting strategy in which the communities who lived by the railway track and the pavement dwellers made an unimaginable contribution. Because while I was on that committee, along with several government bureaucrats, they actually did the design of the process. They said all the data collection should be done by communities, but can be checked and signed off by the landowners or the project people. That every single household would be happy to relocate so long as it was 15 minutes from a railway line on which they lived. And thirdly, that they would decide and design and execute the entire relocation process. Now, this was very unusual in the 1990s, where usually police and large demolition squads were needed to break houses, dump people into trucks, and push them somewhere. To cut a very long story short, this required us to change World Bank procurement procedures. It challenged the people who were managing data of the baseline household data that was collected within the bank. Usually consultants do this time slum dwellers did this. And finally, in this particular case, although 35,000 households had to be relocated, we worked it out so that there were 18,500 plus households that were moved. Eventually, this process has now become a standard procedure which is institutionalized and located in the Mumbai Metropolitan Regional Authority. And we work, not only us as Spark, Mahila Milan and STF, but many other organizations who are working on some 15 large projects. Now, why am I telling this story at this point? It's mainly because...
5 minutes.
Yeah, I'm just closing this part. So why is this important? This is important because in the climate change space, there are two equally important ways to address the reduction of emissions. One is to take up large mitigation projects that will cut or reduce carbon emissions, like public transport and things like that, or alternate electricity provision. And on the other hand, you have a challenge that a lot of poor communities are impacted by these large investments. And while in the past, they were just evicted and kicked out, it is now imperative that they be relocated and their relocation is monitored and explored and understood. And therefore, one of the things that we find, not only in the work that we have done in the whole issue of relocation, which is interesting because 10 or 15 years later, during this COVID period, MMRDA has actually set up a post-relocation process that looks at what has happened, because all these issues are never perfect. There are a lot of problems that happen when people are relocated. But nevertheless, if you look at what Renu spoke about water, you looked at what Pratima spoke about sanitation, you looked at the seminal reason why our work was okay. It's because poor people were involved in the design, execution, management, and maintenance of whatever transformatory development investment that occurred. The second very important thing is that while mitigation is very critical, locally led adaptation has increasingly become very, very important, because they say that half the population in the world, if not already very vulnerable, is going to initially be vulnerable as a result of this whole crisis of climate change, where things are going to get worse before they get better. So how do we ensure that the issues of SDGs that we all champion so much, and the commitment to social justice that we have within the climate change agreements, both combine together to produce development investments that not only address the reduction of carbon emissions, but constantly work at bringing resilience to those vulnerable communities whose lives are in deep trouble. Many of the projects that were discussed earlier in our workshops talk about the combination of new knowledge with old knowledge, of an interplay between old materials and new materials. And there is no longer any excuse for anybody, whether an educationist or an activist or just a individual living on this earth, to pretend that what the IPCC says about climate change is all rubbish. We don't have time to say that. We have no right to say that. And we know that every single life on this planet, every plant, animal, every living thing on this planet is dependent on the choices that we make. So thank you. And thank you all for being patient and being present during this long session. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sheila. And I know there might be some questions, but we'll take them in the interest of time, because we have two other speakers who also need to have other commitments beyond 6. So with that, with all your permission, can I enter into the next panel, and then we'll take the question and answers towards the end of that panel. So
I think that's a good idea.
Thank you. So with that, let me welcome all of you. Thank you, Pratima, Sheila, Dr. Khosla, everybody for this very interesting panel. And with that, I will request all of you to stay back for the final, and one of the most important panels, which talks about fostering next generation professional education, integrating urban resilience and higher education thinking. I think all of us would be interested in hearing more from our speakers. And now with that, can I request, before I hand it over to Sheila to be the Sutradhar and the facilitator for this conversation, I will just briefly introduce the panelists. May I request Mr. Rahul Mehrotra, Dr. Rajesh Tandon, and Dr. Kajri Mishra onto the panel, the virtual panel. And I will just do a brief introduction to all the three before I hand it over to Sheila. So Rahul Mehrotra is the founder principal of RMA Architects. He divides his time between working in Mumbai and Boston and teaching at the Graduate School of Design at Harvard University, where he is Professor of Urban Design and Planning and the John T. Dunlap Professor in Housing and Urbanization. In 2012 to 2015, he led a Harvard University-wide research project with Professor Diana Eck called the Kumbh Mela, Mapping the Ephemeral Megacity. This work was published as a book in 2014 and extended in 2017 in the form of a book titled Does Permeance Matter? And his most recent book is titled Working in Mumbai 2020, and is a reflection on his practice evolved through its association with the city of Bombay or Mumbai, as it is now called. Dr. Kajri Mishra is an architect. Welcome. Is an architect and environmental planner and has a PhD in city and regional planning from Cornell University, USA. She has spent more than 35 years in teaching, research, and consulting, and she's also the founding dean of 2 schools of Xavier's Institute of Management at University, the School of Rural Management and the School of Human Settlements. Dr. Mishra's wide-ranging and multidisciplinary expertise in settlement planning, governance, and management has led to work on urban and rural water management, governance reform for public service delivery, local self-governance, and participatory planning. She has numerous publications in areas of interest, has been part of policy groups of the Government of India and the state, and continues to serve in the governing boards of state and other civil society organizations. Dr. Rajesh Tandon, welcome. Founder, President of Participatory Research in Asia, PRIA, is a global center for participatory research and training since 1982. He is an internationally acclaimed leader and practitioner of participatory research and development. He is also co-chair of the UNESCO Chair on Community-Based Research and Social Responsibility in Higher Education since 2012. A pioneer of participatory research, Dr. Tandon has given new meaning to academic research by redefining the relationship between the researcher and researched. Very interesting panel. Over to you, Sheila, to take the discussion forward. Thank you.
So, while I'm absolutely delighted that all 3 of you have agreed to do this, we are all going to be very careful about time. So, Barsha, will you help each of the speakers to get a sense of time, because all of us are so passionate about this that we can continue to talk. So maybe you can give them the last 3-minute warning to just wind up. This particular session for me is important. This particular session is very important for me for 3 reasons. One is that we have very little in our educational institutions that produce fantastically advanced ways of addressing the challenges of poverty in whichever way it is. But very clearly in architecture and planning, we are very keen that the kind of research that was discussed before, improving and changing the methodologies of materials, design, systems change, and that we need pioneers who champion this, not only in their own colleges, as many of you have done, but across countries, across regions, and across other disciplines as well. So with that, may I invite
Sheila, Rahul Mehrotra. Mr. Rahul Mehrotra can go first as he has another class.
Okay. Hi, Rahul. I'm delighted that you are here.
No, Sheila, I have to leave it in an hour, so I have enough time. If you want to do it in any sequence, that's fine. I have
no,
one.
But why don't you start? Why don't you start?
Okay.
It'll be fine.
So should I start, or with
yes,
Rajesh
please do
something, or yeah?
Do start.
Okay, fine. Great. Thank you. Thank you very much. Can I share my screen?
Do.
Yeah, thank you. You can see my screen?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Sheila. No, and thank you for this invitation to be part of these discussions. It's a pleasure and always exciting. One learns a great deal. And, you know, I was sort of told, yes, I think for education, what one is doing, I'm really going to share with you the kind of issues, research that I'm trying to share with our students. And I think resilience was something that was given to me as a prompt in a sense, because I think that's the prompt for the overall conference, if I'm right.
Right, right.
And so I just sort of began to think about the research we are doing in the context of these questions and in the prompt you've given us, Sheila, which is, you know, how does one look at postgraduate or further studies or even just basic education around these questions? And so I call this architecture and planning in a time of flux, because I kind of am beginning to think more and more that maybe we are assuming a fixed target, right? And actually, one of the things that both climate change and then the pandemic has brought about is it's made uncertainty very much in the foreground. So the question also for architecture and planning, which is premised on the notion of certainty, predictability, and stability, how do we kind of even challenge that basic premise? And I think that's a kind of a good provocation really for education, because I mean, if we are teaching students how to think about problems, I mean, how do we make those problems challenging in a way? I think that will make even our education and the professionals we make resilient to this kind of a change. And so with resilience, I think what is very important, I mean, we look at it, I mean, through many factors, it's internal well-being, but, you know, for resilience and even to talk about resilience, context matters. Context matters, and I think what you referred to, Sheila, as local adaptations, or the capacity for local adaptations, which is cultural sometimes, but it is context that that matters. And then as pedagogues, I mean, I think theory is what we all reflect on, right? We use theory as the framework by which we are using and constructing educational tools. Theory is reflecting really what we see on the ground. And I think I may argue that we are not reflecting enough on what we see in the ground in our parts of the world, in parts of the world which are dealing with these big problems, right? So we are often using theory that might have emerged in the industrializing West from the last century even. And sometimes when one reads this theory, one is startled about how it is even relevant for what we are seeing in the ground, what's happening in China, what's happening in India, what's happening on account of climate change in many other parts of the world. And so I kind of use the rubric of flux and that's why I've called it architecture and planning in a time of flux, because flux is something that is, whether it's notions of instability, mutability, fluctuation in its sort of simplest sense, instability and unrest, which results from some of this, I think it is a challenge, and I think we should be looking at this as architecture, as architects and as planners. And then the question becomes, what happens when flux hits the ground or lands on the ground? I mean, we begin to have formations such as what we see everywhere. And what I like very much about this image is that it shows you how you not only have different imaginations of the city coming together, but you have them confronting urban and natural systems, urban infrastructure, as well as natural systems, which are going to be in immense flux, which we are already seeing with flooding, with, and all the variants, so to speak, of climate change. And as you zoom into this image, you also begin to see these bizarre, what I call reversals, which is this image is not what it seems to suggest. We call that the informal city, but a lot of people living in what we imagine as the informal city are in the formal economy, and many people we imagine living in the formal city are actually thriving on the informal economy. And so there's a complete reversal. And so in our cities today, what we see as images don't carry necessarily the meanings we assume. And this is why, again, theory needs to be challenged. And as you zoom in closer, you of course begin to get an unpredictability and instability, the precariousness of dwelling of this form. I sort of frame this as the kinetic city, a city which is not about the binaries of the formal and the informal. It's not about the binaries of the rich and the poor, the state and the private enterprise, but it's a kinetic city where these formations actually blur into very productive third spaces. And I think that perhaps as a framing for me is much more productive in looking at our cities. And the kinetic city is characterized by elasticity, by incrementalism, by appropriation, deappropriation, reappropriation of space, and by what I call soft thresholds, where spatially there are transgressions between different parts of society. Sometimes it's about affinity, sometimes it's about rejection, but there is a dependency and an interdependency, which the more we accept, the more productive we could be in terms of imagining spatial possibilities. So it's not about these simplistic binaries, but it also reverses and challenges the way we imagine urban planning. This is a diagram by my colleague here at Harvard called Joan Busquets, where he said, in the traditional city, you had urbanization, plot division, and buildings. The garden city development through industrialization, you basically had urbanization and plot division collapse. So estates were laid out with infrastructure and people built buildings to follow. In housing estates and real estate development and what we see through the private sector, but also through public sector, in housing estates is where these collapse and the end result is delivered. So urbanization, plot division, and building become one entity. But in how 90% of our cities are being built today, it's a reversal because you have buildings first, then you have plot division to legitimize, to give tenure, etc. If that is a condition that happens, and then you have urbanization with infrastructure. We call it upgrading. It could be about drainage, water supply, electricity, etc. So it actually flips how we imagine cities completely on its back. It's a city which is incremental. It comes in stages. It is about appropriation and reappropriation and deappropriation of space. It's about how productively the temporal scale becomes an instrument by which one imagines a city. So in this case, a street across the GPO from Mumbai for Ganesh Chaturthi becomes a community hall for 10 days. 10 days later, it's back to the ordinary street it was, or the Maidans in Mumbai, which is not a question of the poor. This wonderful Indian game that the British invented. The pitches are sacred. Weddings happen here in the evenings. The weddings wrap around it. This is the rich using the kinetic city in a sense. And in the morning, the wedding is gone and is back. Architecture is not even the spectacle of this city. So we can't even use architecture instrumentally. Here, festivals and other congregations, affinities, associative values with space and narratives make for the spectacle of the city. It's not where architecture is the central spectacle. These are landscapes of impatient capital, and we are trying to imitate Shanghai, Dubai, which are landscapes that make the arrival and the realization of the value of capital frictionless. It has nothing to do with people, whereas our cities have everything to do with people, where the human is a central metric.
Okay, and so sorry, another 3 minutes to go. Sorry,
yeah, I'm going into my last part. So then how do you challenge this idea of the city as a static and stable entity? I think becomes a central question for theory in our part of the world. And this is the book that Sheila was being referred to in my introduction. So one looked at the category from kinetic city, I made it ephemeral urbanism, and asked the question about, does permanence matter? We made a taxonomy in this book, which begins to look at the different forms of ephemeral urbanism, because each of them have different implications for planning and design. And, we began to think that these are not, you can't call them informal. They're formal, they're intentional, they're deliberate. And one example of that is a Kumbh Mela, which we studied in great detail. We call it a pop-up city. We call it informal. No, it's formal, it's deliberate, it's planned. And we can actually instrumentalize these ideas, where from this watery terrain, a whole city emerges in a matter of 8 weeks. It's a city with 7 million people that employs a grid. It has a very robust circulation system. It has an amazing governance system, which works on a temporal scale. They're shifting responsibilities depending on the challenges. In fact, governance in many cities is more fixed and static than even the buildings. And that's problematic because governance doesn't become nimble to react to the flux that I'm talking about. So we should be making a theory for the majority world. This is a word that was coined by Shahidul Alam, who is a photographer. He coined it for the Photography Biennale in Bangladesh, but it's where the majority of the people live. Wonderful map by architects from the Rotterdam Biennale, Dutch architects, where they showed us how in this majority world, 86% of the population resides with 27% of the economy. So this is the division. It's not, global north, south, you can use any of those terms, but it's really the majority world. And this is a research we've been doing where we've taken that division of the majority world and we've shown how, take any disease, take malnutrition, take water stress, it actually all plays itself out. And this is one of about 10 maps where we've played out all these scenarios. So therefore, when we come to India, the question also becomes, what is really urban when we talk about flux? I'm sorry, I'm going to go over by 2 minutes because this is an important part that I really like to share.
It's okay, it's okay.
So here, this research, which is the new research and going to be part of a book, which will be out in, I think, 3 or 4 or 6 months, if I'm lucky, is looking at the question of what is urban. And the book is called Becoming Urban, because one is talking through the flux about how India is becoming urban. This is how we present urbanization in India, and small and big dots for sizes of cities. We all know that there are 3 criteria in the census, which allows us to define something as urban: population, density, and 75% of the male population in non-agricultural employment, which is also, I think, very bizarre. And if you make maps of this for each criteria, you get completely different readings of urbanism. Because if you took the first criteria, you get the scattering of small dots in a very textured way. You get India to be 47% urban. If you took the census of density, which is actually a very important census with its relationship to infrastructure, you get 70% of India being dense. And the Gangetic Plains are the world's biggest megacity, continuous urbanism along the coast. Now, if you took the idea of 75% of the male population, you get 36% of India urban. So there's a huge fluctuation in what is urban, even in India. And really the pandemic-induced reverse migration we all talked about actually is a testimony to exactly this disjuncture of imagination about what is urban. And so really the heart of the problem is the small towns, the urbanizing villages, the census towns. There are 13, and this is the heart of the book, which is to establish there are almost 15,000 transitioning settlements, which involve almost 200 million people, which are places that have all the characteristics of being urban, but are not defined as urban, so they don't have the privilege of the infrastructure. This is huge, and this is the population that's in flux. And this is the population that moves between cities seasonally. And so therefore, just to end, and I'll take 30 seconds, really the question becomes that we are thinking about urban planning and architecture in absolute terms. We should be thinking of designing transitions. The design of transitions is a whole different discipline almost. So we are looking at the wrong place for the problems and the solutions. We have to talk about the pluralism of types. The absolute solutions give us one kind of housing type. It gives us one kind of community toilet type. We are thinking in absolute terms. Housing and urbanization has to be interlinked. We can't separate those two questions, even as a discussion. Dwelling, livelihoods, and mobility are the holy trinity for urban planning. And in India, it's even more important. And we have to think about the design of incrementalism. Incrementalism is always an incomplete project. And you can't have an absolute solution if you want to embrace incrementalism. And therefore, you have to look at transitions. And so we have to design transitions and not absolute solutions. And the fundamental question we have to ask as pedagogues is, are we making permanent solutions for temporary problems? Unless we look at the problem in this way, I mean, we are very far from embracing, engaging with, or even imagining what resiliency would look like in our context. Thanks very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Rahul. I've been told that both Rajesh and Kadri are having other commitments and appointments. So Rajesh, since you have to leave first, may I ask you to say your piece? And I apologize for this, but I just
thank you, Sheila. Thanks a lot. Thanks, Rahul, for that very fascinating and interesting, curiosity-generating presentation. And thank you, Barsha and BRUCOM for inviting me. I want to focus my brief presentation on re-educating the professionals. And essentially, the conversation we have been having in BRUCOM these 3 days and the last few months, and even the conversation that Priya has been facilitating with colleagues like in CURE and in Spark, is about understanding those aspects of lived reality of our urban space and urban citizens. And Rahul gave a very elaborate perspective on that. How do we find a way that those who are being certified as professionals responsible for planning, town planning, city planning, urban planning, designing, architecture, construction designs, etc., how those people who are responsible as certified professionals for this work understand the complexity and the variety and plurality of urban space in the country. And the reason this has become problematic is because the climate impact is, and the pandemic impact has come at the same time, more or less. Climate was seeping in and we didn't pay no attention. Pandemic hit us on our head and we were forced to pay attention. And now we are talking about suddenly, we will become a 10 trillion economy. I just recently, yesterday heard, we will become 10 trillion economy. And the tools for becoming 10 trillion, because we have recently abandoned 5 trillion, I guess, by 2030, we will become 10 trillion. Maybe by 2050, we'll become 100 trillion, who knows? But the tools to go there, the economic model, the model of creating a new post-pandemic model is actually going to destroy us by 2030, if not before. And it is the same model which has brought us here. It is the same model which caused climate related problems. It is the same model where under the Tilak Bridge in New Delhi, where I currently live, when I first came in 1967, a DTC bus was stuck there, and I saw a photograph in a local newspaper. And this monsoon, last month, first week of September, DTC bus was stuck there. The only thing that changed was color of the bus. And this is 50 years or more. The problem is that people who are being made responsible as professionals are undergoing an education which is disconnected with reality on the ground. It is based on theories and principles adopted from the other world, and it does not work for the majority world. I have used this concept for many years. The part of the problem is that the minority world, which gets professionally certified, tends to think that they are the only sole repositories of knowledge and wisdom. And those who remain uncertified, who actually create lived realities in urban spaces, are excluded from contributing their knowledge, their lived reality knowledge, their experiential knowledge, and in fact, their ingenuity to the task of planning and designing infrastructure, services, facilities, housing in urban spaces. So how do we reorient, re-educate our professionals? In order to reorient or re-educate, the fundamental principle is unlearning first. We have to unlearn. And the way we unlearn, I remember, just to repeat a story that some of you have heard, when I went to do my field work in southern Rajasthan in 1977, for my PhD in management, I was supposed to do management review of delivery of rural development services there. I had a massive academic certification. IIT Kanpur, electronics engineer, IIM Calcutta, MBA, young lecturer at IIM Calcutta, completing PhD in management from US. And I was so arrogant. I spent one day or 2 nights in the villages, and I realized that I didn't know even how to wash my face and how to, keep my food in my tummy properly, because it was popping out all the time. And it was the arrogance of my certified knowledge which caused that disconnect. So lessons I learned there over the year have been very, very fruitful. It kept me sane, and it made me realize that people who do not have formal education or certification are actually quite knowledgeable. And so I think in order to unlearn all professional students, and there are many of you who teach them, including Kajri and others, you should make sure that they get exposed to a urban informal settlement in the peak of monsoon, where shit moves along with people's feet. If they can spend a week doing field work, part of the unlearning has taken place. And then they can critically look at the concepts and theories they are being taught to see how they will fit. It's not that unlearning will make them question what new learning they need to have. Now, I know that many individual academics in institutions in India and elsewhere are doing fantastic innovative things with urban labs, urban design, urban studios, and taking people into the field. But then the second order question is, how do we challenge and modify the planning and architecture disciplines and their gatekeepers, who must be as old as I am, if not older? And therefore, the problem is not that we realize it is needed. There is also not much problem that the young people, after the pandemic, suddenly woke up to the migrants and said, where the hell these people were living, till they realized they are providing service to their own middle-class households. So the problem is that systemic change in educational curriculum and pedagogy requires external, outside the system, outside the institution, pressure. Unless pressure comes from outside, internal change will not happen. We need allies inside educational institutions, and we have plenty on the BRUCOM platform. I have met several of you and known several of you. But now we need to catalyze some pressure building from outside. And there are essentially two communities who we can partner with. One, as I mentioned, are the students. And students are beginning to realize that what they learn may actually not be so useful. What they learn actually after the degree may be more useful, internships and other ways of learning. So, but the second group is the residents of cities, including those who live in informal parts of the cities. When the flooding happens in the underpass of Gurgaon, it doesn't matter whether you are a rickshaw driver or you are a Mercedes-Benz car owner, you both float in that flooding. And that damn flooding has been happening for the last decade, every time it rains. So how do we get residents of cities, urban spaces mobilized to demand that the next generation of professionals are re-educated? And this is an important task, because without external pressure and demand for a revitalized, reoriented, more thoughtful, more relevant syllabus and pedagogy, our planners and architects will continue to repeat the mistakes. You may remember last year when cyclone hit Bhubaneswar in the middle of the pandemic, one of the largest colleges of the place had a glass window and got shattered. An academic institution which was designed to be shattered by a cyclone. It says volumes about the irrelevance of our theory to the needs of the time. So I feel that, in my capacity as UNESCO chair, I am trying to nudge people from inside, but I need pressure from outside. And unless that pressure is voiced, unless people demand that professionals get re-educated, and it is their responsibility, therefore, to focus on the issues arising out of climate, arising out of rapid urbanization, then without that demand, without that pressure, I suspect that it may take decades for academic councils and TCPO bodies in the country to really move or make any difference. And individual institutions can take some risk. Academics anyway take many risks, but we need to shake up the system, and we need to ask what is the point of making a plan and design and build spaces which doesn't serve the needs of the poor or the middle class or even the fancy rich in places like Gurgaon or Bangalore. All of them get flooded every time it rains, and they live happily hereafter. So those are my initial thoughts, because on this platform, we have many of you who believe likewise. Let us think of a methodology by which we can both nudge inside and make demands from outside. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rajesh. That was a good clarion call. And I think that, like Rahul said, we are in a flux, and therefore the education to manage these things has to be agile and thoughtful and caring. So thank you very much. Thank you for coming to this, and please stay in touch and keep reminding both the academicians and the practitioners to align to produce new knowledge. Thank you. Kajri, can I invite you? I first want to apologize because I know that you also have to leave. But thank you very much for your patience. Please take the floor.
Thank you, Dr. Patel. I really may have to curtail my presentation because I have to meet my Vice Chancellor, so that I don't get to pass on that. Let me just start by saying that what Dr. Tandon said is exactly where we started as an institution to look at what needs to be done if you're talking about sustainable urbanization. And with a number of people who were invested in thinking about higher education and professional education towards sustainability, we have worked for some time on looking at what's happening and what kind of capabilities and knowledges are being produced, and therefore what exactly can be done to disrupt the system in a way towards having a more widespread appreciation of sustainability. But let me share my screen to actually illustrate what I mean, because we did do a fairly systematic analysis of what is happening and therefore where we could go. And I think it would be useful to look at the mapping that we did. This is in the abstract, but it is an overview of where we are in the country. This is not global. So, can you see my screen, all of you?
Yes, yes, yes.
Okay. So, our journey started with asking, how do we actually make our program work towards sustainability and work towards resilience? The question we realized changed as we looked at it. When we talk of higher education for urban resilience or sustainability, we realized, do we really have any such education or any such parts to our higher education for the people who actually shape cities, coming through the formal educational process? And let me start with 3 propositions, just to make clear where I'm starting from or the assumptions I'm making. Of course, I'm talking about resilience and sustainability as 2 sides of the same coin. We also believe that communities and systems resilience both need to be addressed because they're, again, interdependent and 2 sides of the same coin. And as well as any formal degree certified knowledge are both important and must be combined. But here we are, of course, focusing on the latter. So I will only talk about that. But I will park the whole issue of how do we bring local knowledges in a more systematic way. I cannot discuss it. But yes, how do we make the current formal education system collaborate is what we will talk about. We took a systematic approach to the question by asking what kinds of knowledges or capabilities are we really talking about? And the second one is, does our higher education system provide these capabilities? And if not, where do we go from there? What do we need to develop, or how do we need to develop new programs or recast current programs? Well, just where we arrived, and somewhat contentious, I suppose, or maybe there are converts here. The types of education and expertise needed is very, very uneven in the higher education system in India. And the worst is the fact that trained people have very little formal space for systemic involvement. Our governance systems, the decision-making regarding urban areas is such that you barely have consultations with people trained to look at urban areas, but you do not have much formal space, including for planners. And we recently had a report on this from the Niti Aayog just this week. So I guess there's a lot of data out there for people who want to look at the report. Professional education as it exists is primarily architecture and planning, as we usually refer to it. But when we talk of urban development, we refer to these professions as central, though, and in both, they very, very unevenly and insufficiently incorporate sustainability and community involvement aspects. And third, basically, we focus only on architecture and planning. What we forget that there's a whole variety of professional education programs that are required if you're really going to be working towards sustainability. These are just missing in the country. But again, I will say, despite reforming higher education in any way, unless systemic spaces, governance spaces are made for engagement of any educated or trained people, just higher education reform will not suffice. But that, again, we will have to park for the minute. So what kind of capabilities are required? Well, first is most important, a context understanding. Understanding cities, and cities are extremely complex, open and dynamic systems. In fact, complexity sciences tell us that cities are probably one of the most complex human phenomena. The reasons why they say that is noted here. I'm sorry, I'm kind of rushing through my presentation. The second aspect is cities, the understanding of the city as being structured by the public systems, which are both designed or de facto or de jure, and cities as commons. The commons aspects of cities are often missed. And the spatiality and interconnections, the governance systems, the infrastructures that are public systems, all of them need to be understood as public systems and as commons in many ways. And having those kinds of approaches are necessary. Further contextual understanding would mean understanding also the notions of resilience and sustainability. I don't think while people use the terms and talk about green development, I think it requires or behoves professionals to get into the details of the concepts, theory, practices, experience, and concerns. And we, of course, need to bring that into higher education. The other one is the nature of urban issues and problems. Urban issues and problems are not straightforward. They are what are called wicked problems, with many formulations, interlocking issues and constraints, rarely a stopping rule, the diversity of interests, and therefore they cannot be solved in our linear thinking processes or the rational planning models that are typically applied or thought about in our higher or taught in our higher education systems. Also to understand that urban or urbanization and urban development needs to be understood as a social rather than just a technical nature. Problems have to be solved in a social as well as socially engaged, and as well as bringing in the technical understandings and technologies. Then, of course, you have substantive knowledges and skills, and more importantly, approaches and attitudes. So the subject or sector task knowledges, those are given. Functional knowledge and skills of how to address what you need to do, whether you're making policy, planning, whatever you're doing, or from the other aspects, community organization, participation, for example, social work. Students of social work are very well trained to do all of this. There are whole of our civil society, the groups of organizations that are engaged, they all do this very well and they understand this very well. But our higher education is very limited in this space. We don't have that much of the number of programs or the number of people we require. The more critical missing aspects are the approaches. Do we have integrative or transdisciplinary and multidisciplinary approaches? We don't usually teach them in many places. They're all disciplinary or focused. Innovative, out of the box thinking or creative thinking, what we call design thinking, is again really missing. Also, again, very crucial, the attitudes, the collaborative team working attitudes, the social engagements and the participatory approaches, the inclusive, the tendency to be inclusive and open to diversities. None of this actually figures in any of our professional or higher education or technical education. So does a existing professional education provide this? When we ask these questions, we just listed some of these. I'm not saying these are all, but some of the more visible professional education programs. So when we look at hard structures, we talk of architecture and engineering. We look at the soft systems, that is the policy, regulation, and design of larger systems, that is administrators and planners. But in this country, we have very, very few planners, as we all know. And of course, the community involvement, people who are working with communities and ensuring that they get a space, they get voices, they have a say. Then social work and development management are the only two kinds of programs formally that we have. Now, the question is, are these understandings built into these understandings of the context and the substantive skills and knowledges, are they built into the curricula in any of these fields? Well, we did a sort of a detailed analysis. I'm just providing a summary. The green parts you can see are there. Now, a common mistake we make is that to expect that architects and engineers must work at the urban scale. Architects and architects mostly are fixed within sites and work for a client. Engineers work to develop design systems. They work at a city scale, yes, but often it is they look at particular sites. Planners are the ones who can really combine a lot of the context understandings and skills. And the social work and development management people did understanding the open and dynamic and public systems. There is no place in the curriculum for that. Understanding of resilience, sustainability, and various approaches and concepts theories, no, almost across the board. And the nature of urban issues as very different and therefore requiring a different approach to problem solving. Again, there also you have architects, engineers, planners, administrators. They're very clearly nowhere in their training do they have this. Social work and development professionals, yes, because as an ethic, they have a people focus and they learn how to work with people and communities. When I looked at the substantive, functional, and attitudinal aspects in the curriculum, again, but this was a little more encouraging. As you can see, there's more green than red. So we just mapped some of it for architecture, engineering, planning, administrators, and for social work and development management. Overall, just to conclude, overall, where were we going? We wondered what kinds of programs, therefore, do we look at? Do we look at only the planning, urban and regional planning and all its specializations, or do we look at something more? And we realized that what we're talking about is a range of capacities that we required, which range from the operational to the strategic, and from the technical to the managerial. These are continuums. These are not distinct divisions. And there are people with a variety of these competencies. But broadly, in order to map what kind of programs could be designed, depending on what kind of disciplinary or multidisciplinary field, professional field one could locate oneself. For example, planning does have an inner core with its own normative and theoretical and substantive basis. Management has its own. Similarly, social work has a different ethic and a different normative orientation. So how do you actually make sense of it? We worked a lot with this. We realized that system design or individual building design, built environment design per se, sort of completely remains outside the whole governance, the policy, planning, and urban management space. They are regulated by it, they are guided by the frameworks and policies, or they're supposed to be, but they still work, as I said, within specific sites and for particular clients. That's very important to understand, because then you think about because buildings, as we know, have a large role, the way we build have a large role to play in sustainability and resilience. And how do we therefore influence them is through the education. So this is my final slide, where we are saying we came to an understanding that we require a whole variety of people. Who do we have? We have architects, engineers, we have all the technical and operational people. They're educated, their educational programs, while missing the sustainability and resilience aspects. There's no core course for them. There are electives, there are choices of dissertations or capstones, but there is no core content or an overall orientation to sustainability and resilience. But nevertheless, we at least have these people, that is architects, engineers, maybe IT specialists, social work development specialists. So there's a whole lot of people who are at the operational level and technical level. When it comes to the strategic and technical, we typically, the planners would fit in here. And we do have some of them, but there, as we saw in the table, the curricula, and what Rajesh Bhai also said, the curricula is completely not green, let me put it that way, nor is it socially engaged. So there is an issue there, and we need to work with them, and we have very few planners. Also, no space in the current governance framework for planners to work with the governance systems or in them. What we don't have at all are trained urban managers, meaning people, because when I'm saying training, I'm talking about people who understand cities and all their complexity, their speciality, and plus have the functional skills that are required to coordinate and manage. And we don't have any such program in the country, which is why we went ahead and started one. We are the only one in the country who offer an MBA in urban management and governance. But this is a huge space which is needed and completely missing. And of course, we have the public administrators. As we saw, there's a lot missing there also. And these boxes here sort of map some of the competencies that, not all, but some of the competencies, the core competencies that they require. Of course, architects, engineers, these spaces are not, as I said, compartmentalized. They move into each, various domains, people move across. But currently, it's the public administrators who are functioning mostly as the planners and the urban managers at various levels. And when I say public administrators, I'm not talking of the national service. I'm also talking of at various levels, the local services and others, municipal services. So this is the whole gamut of space that we need to prepare people for. And therefore, there's a whole set of course, all of them. Our basic contention is that anybody coming through a formal education or certified program, which has to do with shaping the urban, with urbanization processes, with systems, with infrastructure, with whatever it is, programs, missions, welfare support systems, all of them must have an understanding of cities on one hand and sustainability and resilience on the other hand. So all the things I had listed before, this we take as a fundamental core understandings that should be developed for all of them. So in conclusion, how do we address these gaps? We don't know. What are the gaps? Well, if we can have some kind of a whole, like we have this management studies is a big thing in India now. Can we have a whole set of settlement studies, set of education, maybe urban studies at the undergraduate level, and then various professions emerging from it? But it must embody the relevant kinds of context understandings and knowledges, and across whichever disciplinary and professional spaces we're talking about, geography, urban sociology, there are various disciplinary spaces also. We also need professional education in various fields, not just planning, urban management, public systems management, urban policy analysts. There are a variety of professional educational fields which need to be developed, at least in India. And of course, a lot of within that, they have to have some kind of sectoral or subject matter kind of focus. And of course, one of the key things is whatever we have, we need to restructure substantially, which is the planning education that we have. We need to restructure very substantially around the core competencies that are already built into the profession. That is the understanding of cities, the spaces, the speciality of urban systems, all of that, that is their core. And the whole idea of having goals and finding appropriate means. But then it needs to be restructured substantially towards the entire understanding of sustainability and resilience, as well as the social engagement that, that is necessary to bring the local knowledges and understandings in. Now that is where we are completely missing this. The current discourse in the country, which has talked about a lot about reform of planning education in the country, unfortunately talks about expanding it to include various other competencies like management competencies, legal competencies, a lot of that. It is a contention that we should not do this. If long back noted planning theorist Wildavsky had said, if planning is everything, it's nothing. So expecting planners to be everything is certainly not the right way to go. We need to create distinct niches depending on the disciplinary moorings of those professions, or because professions have their own logic and their own internal dynamic. And that should be, if we don't build new ones and expect one person to be doing all, looking at all aspects, we are not going to get anywhere. So this is all that we sort of thought about, and we therefore developed two programs. One is our urban management program, Urban Management and Governance, which is rooted in the management discipline, but completely takes care of the context understandings. The other is the Urban and Regional Planning program, with a difference, with more than 30%, I think 32% of our credits come from fieldwork and social engagement, including interning with municipal bodies and working with communities. And we have a lot of other things which I won't take time about. But we face the same issues that Rajesh brought up. There are gatekeepers. Our planning program may not get accredited. It's because if we don't conform to what the AICTE says is the right program. So, but finally, as I said, I will still rest with this, that advocating for higher education reform has to go alongside with advocating for governance reform to bring in urban people who are educated to understand cities and work in cities, whether it's planners, urban managers, geographers, urban sociologists, community development specialists. Our systems currently are closed to any knowledge-informed work. So I think this is a big, and when I talk of this, I know at the finer edges, at the details, one can say, oh, we do have that. But here is a macro picture which talks about the inadequacies we have when you think of the country as a whole, the numbers of urbanizing places we have, the variety and all of it. So I'll rest here. I have sort of run through it, but thank you all for your patience and your hearing me out.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And I think you have to rush to your meeting.
Yes, and I'm already 10 minutes late. Works. Yes. Please, I'm sorry I'm not hanging around for questions.
That's okay. That's okay. Yeah, that's please. Okay. We need such inspirational breakthroughs. So all our wishes with you. And
thank you.
We hope
to
be in touch with you.
Yeah.
And so back to you, Barsha.
Yeah. Thank you, Kajri. Thank you so much.
Yeah. I'll have to log out.
So Sheila, do you want to close this session or do you want me to?
I think that, on reflecting on all the things that have been said and the journey that all of us have had in BrewCom, it's very clear that the kind of transition that we are all facing is one of many unknowns. And that if we only use what we know and what we experience as the basis, then we'll only reproduce that again and again. So I think that a very important aspect of where we all go from here is to develop a deeper sensitivity to what we don't know, to the things that we have ignored in the past, to celebrate the things that work and to strengthen and institutionalize them, and to make new friends, meet people who are not like us. We didn't know these colleges before we got into BrewCom. They didn't know us. We work in different environments, we work in different fields, but we do work in the same geographies. So often the case is that when projects finish, it's hail fellow, well met, and we all go back and do our own things. It'll be a testimony of how important, useful, and powerful this experience has been that will produce deeper engagement with each other, to be able to call on each other, to explore things with each other. That will demonstrate whether these relationships have been strong enough in terms of the knowledge sharing that we do. On my part, as a person who is now deeply committed to locally led action, I'm one of the 3 to 5 people who have committed the next 10 years to ensure that locally led adaptation works for the bottom 30% urban and rural communities. And I have the privilege of being part of this race to resilience, about which we can circulate information and knowledge. And the thing which I have campaigned for is a process called a roof over our heads, which is very relevant to everybody in this group, because we know that 90 to 95% of people who live informally design, execute, finance, and produce their own housing stock, while all of us get focused on government programs and subsidies and things like that that hardly reach most of these households. And so the idea is to put together institutions of education, innovative producers, financing people, all of anybody who has a passion towards coming into this transformation, to work locally as well as network globally, to show that this will change in the next 10 years, that we will provide climatically sensitive roofing at affordable prices to all. So thank you all very much, and thank you to the team in Cure and in Spark for all the amazing backroom work that you all have done. All the documentation that we have done will be available, and you will hopefully let everybody and your other networks know that they can use it. And so thank you very much and goodbye.
Thank you so much.
Bye-bye.
Thank you so much to all the panelists, and thank you, Sheila, for moderating this session. And with that, can we move on? And I'm sure all the thoughts which came out of this session and the one before that, BrewCom will engage more with it. And to just do that, may I request Tanya, the project coordinator for BrewCom, to come on board and help us to conclude this 3-day conference. Thank you, Tanya.
Hi, hello. So thanks, Basha. And well, there's a whole list of people I really need to thank, but I'm still, for the last hours, I was kind of thinking, oh, what it is that I can say at the end of such an event. And then on top of each very interesting lecture, there was another lecture that was extremely interesting. And so I really ran out of ideas how to sum it all up. And in the end, I got stuck with the question of what's the color of that bus that got stuck under Dr. Tandon's bridge, or the bridge near his house. So, see, I'm a little bit overwhelmed by all that has happened here and all that extremely interesting thoughts that have been shared by such eminent figures as Sheila and Renu and Rahul Malhotra and Dr. Tandon and Kachri Mishra. So it's simply said, it's really overwhelming for me, and I'm so happy to hear and see that it's actually our project that could initiate all that. And that, I mean, if we've succeeded in giving this how to say, this motion, to starting this motion, then I think we have succeeded in a lot, and I'm extremely happy that I could be part of that, and I feel very honored that I had the chance to initiate and accompany this process. And mind you, it's not over yet. I mean, we still have some months to go to finalize. And of course, I mean, sticking to what Sheila has just said, I think it would be extremely valuable if we keep that drive and if we find ways to continue working together and to endeavor new things in the field that we have been working on, and that the work is certainly not over. There is a lot that still needs to be done with regards to informality in housing, with regards to inclusive urbanism, with regards to resilience. So to cut a very long story short, I simply first and foremost would like to express my sincere gratitude to all of you who made it possible. I mean, I still remember the first talks that we had on this project, and it seems so far away and in the past, and so much has happened since. So I really like to thank all the partners from both India and Austria. I like to thank the team that has made this conference possible, especially those who have worked a lot to sort out all the nitty-gritty of organization. I would like to thank all the partners, as I said, in each single individual in all the institutes who joined up for lots of very interesting meetings and research activities that we have done. And not to talk about all these amazing PDBs that have taken place. And I think we have already heard about future steps, such as the Center for Resilience Learning that's going to go up. And maybe it's also worth mentioning that several of the PRIOCOM partners will also try to get an academic course on the Swayam platform, which I guess is known to most academics in India. So that's another project that will go beyond PRIOCOM's period, and I really hope this is going ahead as well. So, and also I would like to stress again that for those participants who are still with us, please really visit the website of the project. All these, or most of the lectures that we heard during the last 3 days are going to be accessible on that website in one way or the other. So if you want to listen in or have a look at that, then be a little bit patient, because it might take a few days, but we'll certainly put material there. And please make use of all the wonderful case studies that have been done within that project. That said, I think I'll leave it there. Otherwise, I keep on talking and talking and talking. So probably that it's late in India, I guess. So I don't want to keep you from your well-deserved rest. And I would like to finalize and conclude this final session by, as I said, thanking everybody, wishing good luck to everybody. Please be careful, please stay safe and healthy, and please stay in contact. Goodbye.
Bye-bye. Bye, and thank you.
Bye. Basha, we meet on Monday.
Yes, we meet on Monday. Yes.
Great.
Okay.
Great.